I worked there part-time for a little over 2 years. During that time, I've had to deal with my fair share of bullshit. However, none of it was as bad as what happened on my final shift. For the first year of my job, I had worked the day shift. That changed when my boss asked me if I wanted to try working at night. Since I was low on funds and admittedly curious about what it was like, I agreed. For the most part, it was a pain in the ass. I'd have to work off the clock because there wasn't enough time to do everything. The only silver lining is that I got to take home the food that was going to be tossed. Plus, I didn't have to deal with customers aside from the occasional one who would show up right before closing. I would say it was an environment that could be pretty chill sometimes. When I got into a rhythm of finishing my tasks, it could be quite cathartic on occasion. Although, the fact that I was only getting paid minimum wage took away from that aspect. Not to mention that eerie feeling that only comes with night shift. If you've worked a night shift at any fast food place or a convenience store, you probably know what I mean. Sure, you can get the same feeling from the night shift of a bigger place, but fast food night shifts are different. For one, there are fewer people, which means being more vulnerable. The other reason is that should you get in danger, there aren't as many hiding spots as, say, a grocery store. Anyway, I'll stop with this long-ass intro and get to what happened on my last shift. It was me and an assistant manager who I got along well with. His name was Ray. He was on the drive-thru while I worked the back line. I was busy cleaning while he counted money. As I was wiping everything down, he called my attention. "Alvin, since we're only like 10 minutes from closing, you can go ahead and start breaking everything down. You don't need to worry about customers. They usually never show up at this." The sound of a bell, indicating a customer in the drive-thru, sounded from the speaker. Ray rolled his eyes and threw his head back. Then put on the headset and hit the button so he could talk to the customer. "Hello, welcome to Arby's. I hope you're having a pleasant evening. How may we help you?" We waited for the customer's response over the speaker. They didn't say anything. The next thing we knew, we had a car speeding through the parking lot. It was too dark for us to fully make out their vehicle. Nick turned back to me and shrugged. He told me to proceed with breaking down the back line. I was going to when the bell sound was heard again. Ray answered it, repeating the phrase he had previously. The same thing as before happened. Only this time, we were able to catch a better glimpse of the vehicle, which seemed to be red. The third time this happened, Ray was once again professional, albeit with a hint of restrained annoyance in his voice. When it happened the fourth time, said restraint understandably left his voice entirely. He damn near broke the button when he pressed it. Instead of putting the headset on, he held the microphone part to his mouth, then yelled what he said next into it, loud enough to wake the dead. "Hello! Can we help you?" When the customer drove off again, the couple moments of silence that followed were awkward to say the least. He stood by the window, taking deep breaths in order to relax. Should I continue breaking down the line?" I asked. Ray glanced at the clock. It showed we only had a few minutes until closing. "Take the trash out for now. If any orders come in, I'll handle them. But I swear, if that asshole shows up again, I'm ignoring them." Once the trash within the building was bagged, I put them in a large trash bin and wheeled them out the back door. I made sure to put down the stopper so it wouldn't close on its own. You'd think after a year on the night shift, I'd no longer get the sense of danger that comes from taking out the trash alone. That was not the case. In fact, that feeling was stronger than it had been. I'm not psychic or anything like that, but I couldn't shake off this weird sensation in my gut. Maybe it was because of what happened with that customer. In the back of my mind, I might have been considering the possibility that they weren't mentally stable and could potentially harm us. Despite this, I took the trash to the dumpster. The door leading to it let out a loud creak as I pulled it open. As I was getting ready to wheel the trash bin back inside, I saw the car. It was by itself under a streetlight. I thought if the driver was trying to be inconspicuous, they weren't doing a very good job. There was something off about the driver that I couldn't quite put my finger on from that distance. When the door opened, I realized why I got that feeling. My throat went dry, for a lack of a better word. The driver came out of the car. What I noticed first about it was its size. It was a wonder this thing could fit in the car, because it had to be at least 8 feet tall while standing up. The reason I say when standing is due to the fact that it preferred crawling. It crawled on 8 arms. Each of them possessed claws that clicked on the parking lot. Just a glance told me they could literally tear someone to shreds with little effort. Its sickly gray skin stretched over its bony yet somehow massive frame. It focused its sunken-in yellow eyes on me, letting out a moan that sounded akin to a whale noise. My eyes briefly shifted to the back entrance before I made a dash for it while pushing one of the trash bins. The way its claws scraped against the parking lot as it dashed towards me grated on my ears for its size. It was unusually fast. The reason I pushed the trash bin instead of leaving it was so I had something to try and stall it with. When that thing was close enough to me, I made use of it. I pushed the trash bin towards the creature. With so much force, it started tripping as it rolled. Caught off guard by this, the monster didn't have time to move away. The trash bin went over it. I could hear noises conveying frustration as it was trying to get off. Sprinting towards the exit, I shouted for Ray. "Alvin, is something..." His voice trailed off as his eyes widened when he noticed it. "What in the hell is that?" "Close the door! Close the fucking door!" I said once I had run back inside, having bumped into him in the process. The creature had torn through the trash bin. Then, after shaking off pieces stuck to its claws, started running towards the back entrance. Ray cursed loudly, undid the stopper with his foot, and slammed the door shut as it was leaping at us. A loud thud echoed through the door as it was slammed. The monster attempted ramming into it repeatedly until it gave up and skittered away. "Okay, that was unusual," Ray said. From his tone of voice, I could tell he hadn't fully processed what he had just seen. I hadn't either, nor did I want to. I would have been content to brush this off, had a realization not hit me. "Oh, shit! The lobby," I said. No sooner than I had spoken those words did we hear pounding on one of the windows. Knowing we only had seconds until it was inside, we thought fast and chose a spot to hide. We picked a walk-in fridge. We put the holding oven in front of it to hide it from view. We would have ran out the back door into Ray's car if it weren't for the fact that it was parked too far away. Not only that, to reach it, we'd have to pass the door. Had we tried to, no doubt the creature would have spotted our escape and chased after us. With its speed, catching up to us wouldn't have been a problem for it, so all we could do was hide out in the walk-in fridge. We sat on some boxes, making sure to keep our noise level to a minimum. So, what do you think this thing is? I asked. An alien? Demon? Escaped government lab experiment? Fuck if I know. All I know is I want it as far from us as possible. We could hear it making a mess while searching for us. God damn it. There goes all the cleaning we already did, Ray said. With how frantic it was searching, we knew it'd only be a matter of time before it found us. The only thing we had to defend ourselves with was a knife that could barely cut lettuce. Needless to say, our situation looked pretty bleak. Neither of us wanted to entertain the idea we might get killed. To get my mind off this, I started pondering possible reasons the monster was after us. Maybe it is a demon of some kind after all, I said. What makes you think that? Well, I know this goes without saying that this is weird, but isn't it odd that it came to our restaurant specifically? There are plenty of other places on the way here that are still open, so why did it choose here? Ray seemed to be considering my words. Maybe it's because we have the meats, he said. Despite our predicament, we shared a small laugh at that. This ceased when an enraged scream reached the walk-in fridge and caused a tense moment of silence to fall over us. So, is there anything else that would indicate that this thing is a demon or whatever? Ray asked after a long pause. I thought for a moment. Now that you mention it, what happened at the drive-thru might be another sign. It was. How do you figure? Have you ever heard of any rituals? Yeah, mostly in movies. And do you know how they have weird steps you have to follow? What are you getting at? It got me thinking, what if driving around the restaurant was a ritual, or at least part of one? I know it's a shot in the dark. I've never heard of a ritual that requires someone to drive around a building, but it would explain why it did all that earlier. Not to mention, rituals have a certain phrase or word that's said, like say, hello. Ray facepalmed when he realized what I was getting at. So, you're saying I may have cursed. Wait, if it was already multiple-legged and shift, why did it even bother with the drive-thru? Couldn't it have just smashed through the window and came in right away? That is true. Honestly, I'm not sure why it didn't do that to begin with. Oh well, the answer to that is something we can worry about if we survive this. Yeah, I'm feeling super optimistic about our chances. Do you want to try your phone again? What's the point? We saw it didn't get any service in here. Speaking of which, why don't you try your phone? I left it in the lobby. I stopped myself from throwing my head back against the door in frustration. Okay, so much for being able to call, I said. Maybe not. Why don't you try walking around? You might get some signal that way. Even though I had my doubts that this would work, I figured trying it was better than sitting around. By some miracle, I was able to get a signal while holding my phone to the top left of the door. Holy shit, I got it! Who do you think I should call? The police might take too long. Wait, I got it. Call my phone. Why? The ringtone might distract it long enough for us to escape out the back door. I could hear the monster steadily getting closer to the door. Knowing this, and that I could lose signal at any moment, I went along with Ray's plan. It roared upon hearing his ringtone. Then, from what we could hear, dashed towards his phone. Go! Ray said after pushing the walk-in fridge door open. We got so close, we were almost able to escape. Unfortunately, things didn't exactly turn out how we wanted them to. We managed to hit into Ray's car and even start driving off before the monster noticed we were leaving. Unbeknownst to us, however, it was smarter than we thought. Holy fucking shit! I laughed. I'm surprised we managed to make it out of there. The exit to the store was down a long hill that Ray drove along. After exiting the store, he was driving along the road, which the store was above. He would have, of course, turned left, had there not been a buffer between the lanes. Yeah, tomorrow I'm quitting. I'm only going back to get my phone, and then I'm never going. The creature landed on Ray's car, making the windows shatter and the windshield crack. We screamed, and Ray jerked the wheel to shake it off. It leaped off his car. Only when it did could we see that we were heading straight for a tree. We crashed into it, causing the airbags to deploy, and both of us to pass out. Oh, my fucking head, I groggily said upon waking up. My blurry vision came into focus. When it did, I saw that I was back in Arby's. If that wasn't bad enough, my arms were chained to the prep table. Fuck! I yelled and heard groaning beside me. I turned to see Ray was coming too. Alvin, is it you? Where are we? He shook his head and took a look around. God damn it! Where'd it get chains? Our store doesn't have any. He yanked on his restraints in a futile attempt to free himself. That's simple, we heard a metallic and raspy voice say. I brought them. My breath caught in my throat as the creature came into the kitchen. Its eyes were full of anger and also intense focus. Its breath had a strange copper smell to it. Wait, you can talk? I hesitantly asked. No, what you're hearing right now is an auditory hallucination. Yes, I can talk. I must admit, you were almost able to escape. Almost. What do you want? Ray asked, trying and failing to keep the fear out of his voice. The claws of its hand clicked against the floor as it scampered over to him. He shuddered as it caressed his face with one of its claws. I was on the edge, knowing it could kill both of us at any moment. My heart nearly stopped when it made a move to stab Ray in the heart, only to stop its hand inches from his chest. It's not what I want. It's who I want, it said. Where is Dennis? Dennis? I said in confusion. He was our general manager. What this thing wanted with him was beyond me. Why do you want to know that? Ray inquired. That is not your concern. I know he was supposed to be here now, so I will ask again. Where is he? It hissed out that last question, revealing its scarlet-colored sharp teeth. Didn't he have an appointment? I asked Ray. Yeah, he replied. That means he's probably at home right now. The creature let out a sigh of annoyance. Of course he did. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. It flashed us a smile and went into the lobby. I turned to Ray. Are we still clocked in? I asked. I'm not sure. The monster came back into the kitchen, holding Ray's phone. "What are you going to do with that?" he asked.
"That should be obvious. I want you to call Dennis and tell him to come here."
"What will make you think he will?"
"He'll have to, since the fryer is broken."
"But it's not." In one swift motion, it used its claws to slice the fryer, severing its wires inside and leaving deep claw marks in it. We were too stunned to say anything.
"And remember, I can easily do that to the both of you, so I suggest you don't keep me waiting."
"Okay, fine," Ray agreed.
"Good to hear. Since your phone requires a thumbprint to unlock it, I'll remove your chains. Just remember, if you try and escape, I'll shred you to bits and put them in between some onion rolls with barbecue sauce."
Ray's hands shook as he dialed Dennis's number. The monster waited patiently. As he did so, Ray's phone rang for a while, making me worry that Dennis wouldn't pick up. Thankfully, on the 8th ring he did. "Ray, why the hell are you calling me at this hour?" he asked clearly, having been woken from sleep based on how he sounded. "Sorry, Dennis. There's been a bit of an emergency." "Really? What is it?" Dennis sounded a little more awake by then. "A bear got into the store and wrecked the fryer." "Ray, you do realize I can have you fired for trying to pull such an asinine prank on me, right?" "I'm not joking. I can send you a picture of it." When Dennis saw the picture that Ray sent him, he went ballistic. "God fucking damn it," he yelled. "How did a bear even get into the store in the first place?" "It came in the back door while Alvin was taking out the trash. It made a pretty big mess in here. Neither of us were hurt, thankfully. Anyway, what do you want to do about it? If we call for repairs, it might not be fixed before we open." Dennis sighed. How was a bear able to do that much damage to it? Is that even possible? It doesn't matter. I'll be down in a little while. Ray's phone beeped, indicating the call had ended. "There, I called him. Can you let us go now?" he asked.
"Not yet. There's something I need to get done before he gets here. You two will help me get it done faster."
"Why should we do that?" I asked, raising my voice, to which he gave me a really look and held up one of his claws. "Oh, yeah. I can't really tell you much about what he made us do, since I was really tired at that point. Adrenaline only lasts for so long, and when it wears off, after a shift that technically lasted over 10 hours, your eyelids feel heavier than a sack of bricks. What I will say is that it involved us writing some runic symbols with multicolored chalk. These symbols started from the drive-thru and stretched around the store to the parking lot's exit. After that was done, we waited for Dennis in the store.
"Remember what I'll do if either of you try any funny business,"
the creature said as we heard Dennis's car pulling into the parking lot. He hid in the kitchen, leaving us to do the talking. Okay, we're just leading our boss to his death, I thought. No pressure. None at all. Oh, God. There's no way I'm sleeping tonight. God fucking damn it, Dennis yelled from outside with a toolbox in his hand. Yeah, the bear really did a number on the place, Ray said, rubbing the back of his neck. Why didn't you tell me it broke the window? I said it made a big mess, didn't I? There were a few awkward moments of silence before Dennis replied. Whatever, he said, walking past us. I'll see if I can fix the fryer. If not, we'll have to stay closed tomorrow. The tension was high as he pushed open the door to the kitchen, muttering some curses when he saw the mess in it. I was expecting the monster to pounce on him right away. Instead, he was able to make his way to the fryer with no trouble, aside from having to navigate all the clutter. I was confused at this, and exchanged a glance with Ray. His expression was similar to mine, and he shrugged in response. I think if I can solder these wires back together, it should get the fryer working again, in time for us to open. It won't look pretty, though. It was when Dennis was crouching down to get a better view of the fryer's insides did it come out of hiding. As it turned out, it was hiding in the back room. How it was able to fit in there, given its size, baffled me. I wanted to yell for Dennis to run. I really did. Then I remembered what the monster said it'd do to us if we tried anything. Plus, despite the fact having worked there for 2 years, covering shifts, coming in on my days off, and staying well past when I was scheduled to clock out, I was still making under $8 an hour. With that in mind, I didn't really view Dennis as life risk worthy.
Dennis,
it said. He turned around. When he did, I almost thought he was going to have a heart attack. He was acting as if he had a scream that wouldn't come out. On instinct, he began swinging one of his tools in an attempt to defend himself. He grabbed the tool out of hand and crushed it using little effort.
It's been a long time since we last met,
it said. Its face was only inches from his. You two know each other? I said, wondering how Dennis could possibly know something so disturbing in appearance. He somehow found his voice again. I don't know this thing. Why would I?
Because you made me like this. Do you remember what happened in Vegas?
Dennis's eyes lit up with recognition. No, Freddy?
That's right.
Does anybody want to fill us in here? Ray asked. It answered, not taking its eyes off Dennis.
Back in the 90s, he and I worked at the location in Las Vegas. What he proposed was us hitting casinos and betting money we would save it up. We pulled it together.
Did you guys lose all the money? I asked it.
No. In fact, we won a lot. It all went great until he stole the earnings and left.
It pointed a finger at Dennis, poking his chest. Wait, I said. Does that mean you were human before?
It does. After telling my wife what happened, she left with the kids. I spent the next 10 years in shelters or on the streets. One night, I was sleeping in the park, and I woke up to him shaking me.
Who?
I'm not sure exactly what he was. All I knew for sure was that he wasn't human.
How could you tell?
His eyes were like a snake's. He said one thing to me. That was all it took for me to follow him. He asked if I wanted revenge. Memorizing the ritual that turned me into this wasn't the hard part. The hard part was tracking Dennis down and waiting for the right moment to perform it.
Look, Freddy, I'm sorry, he protested. He tried moving towards the door. Freddy grabbed him by the throat, lifting him off the floor.
Sorry, would have been not running off with the money. Sorry, would have been returning the money after realizing the error of your ways. Apologizing over 20 years later, only when your life's on the line, is a desperate plea to save yourself from what you deserve. To be honest, I was not surprised to find you working for this company again. I guess your addiction cost you most of the earnings. Isn't that right?
Freddy dropped him to the floor and grabbed him by his legs. Alvin! Ray, help me! Dennis pleaded. I know you need us to, Ray replied. Thing is, we like living, you know. Living, and Freddy here said he'd kill us if we tried anything. Although my opinion of Dennis was really low at this point, I also didn't want him to get killed. With that being said, though, there wasn't really anything we could do to help him. I mean, maybe we could have used the knives. However, that'd be like arming ourselves with a stick while fighting a grizzly bear. We could only watch in terror at what happened next. Dennis began protesting that we'd be fired if we didn't, as Freddy was dragging him out the back door. Dennis' nails scraped against the floor as he tried resisting. He grabbed the door frame and promised us $2 raises if we helped him. Shortly after being yanked away from the door, Dennis was put into Freddy's car. We followed, wondering what exactly was going to happen.
Thanks for helping, you too.
Freddy grinned, to which we could only nod in response, too frightened by his smile to say anything. His gnarled and sharpened teeth unnerved the hell out of me. What unnerved me even more was how he fit back into his car. He started to stretch himself, the sound of his bones snapping and popping as they rearranged themselves was clearly audible, as he did this enough for him to fit into the driver's side of his car. I suspect this was how he was able to hide in the back room without anyone noticing. He cranked up his car and proceeded to drive to the exit, starting from the drive-thru. The runic symbols his car approached lit up with flames right before he drove over them. Each one was a different colored flame. We watched all of this in amazement. All the while we could see Dennis with tears streaming down his face as he banged on the back windshield as he was screaming for our help. The last we saw of him and Freddy was when the car was driving over the last symbol. Its flame was an angry red. Right as Freddy was driving over it, something appeared above his car. I can only describe this thing as kite-like. Its body only vaguely resembled a diamond shape, and its head was similarly shaped. It regarded us briefly with its bright eyes. Honestly, the thing hurt to look at. It was as if we were seeing a living magic eye picture. I'm thinking it was probably a demon or something. Either way, I hope I'm never on the receiving end to whatever it did to Dennis. Its body stretched, enveloping Freddy's car, and it vanished, causing the rune's flame to go out simultaneously as a result. Man, I'd hate to be where he is now, Ray said after some moments of awkward silence. Yeah, I agreed, not having fully processed what I had seen not even a minute ago. By the way, does this make us accessories to murder? Ray thought for a moment. Technically, I think. It won't come as a surprise to learn that we quit that night. Naturally, we had to come up with an explanation for Dennis's seemingly vanishing off the face of the earth. Thankfully, our bare explanation served well. Although it was unusual behavior for one, the police couldn't dismiss the claw marks in the fryer, or the ones on the floor, which meant we avoided any legal trouble. Nobody could really blame us for wanting to quit right away, which saved us the trouble of having to clean up everything. So that's another silver lining in addition to not getting charged with anything, I guess. I talked with Ray sometimes about what happened after we quit. We came to the conclusion that for our safety and sanity, the answer as to what happened to Dennis and what that thing was were best left unfound. Sometimes my mind wanders to the kite thing. I say demon. That's only a guess, though. What I do know is that I will never work for an Arby's again. However, I will still eat there when I can because I think their food is pretty good. Solid fries and tenders.
Seth and his family have owned their farm for generations. They have always grown all of their own vegetables. They grow tomatoes, cucumbers, corn, and many other vegetables that they would sell the excess to their neighboring towns. The family owned 300 acres. Most of that was farmland. Lush green vegetation grew during the warmer seasons. However, the rest of the land was a woodland area. Seth loved the woods. He would always walk through the woods in his free time. He knew every square inch of that land. He had lived there for all of his life, after all. In that area, it was not uncommon for farming families to live and die in the house they were born in. It was still early. He got out of bed and got ready for another busy day on the farm. This was their busiest time on the farm. The warmer months were coming to an end, so they would have to harvest the crops, till the land for next year, so the land would be fertile for planting. However, as he exited his room, Seth heard his parents weeping, slowly walking down the stairs to see his mother crying and his father holding her. "What's wrong, Mom?" Seth asked. His mom replied, "Your grandmother passed away last night," his mother said in between sobs. We have to go to her house in a few days for the will reading." The days passed by slowly as they did their chores around the farm, ate, mourned, and slept. Days later, they all got ready and traveled to his grandparents', a few hours away on a farm of their own. Upon getting there, they were greeted by his family, uncles, aunts, cousins. He had a large family. It was good to see them. Seth just wished it was under better circumstances. After a meeting and reminiscing about the good memories they all had with his grandmother, they had the will reading. Most of his grandmother's things would be divvied up between the siblings, but his grandmother left something special for Seth. A doll. Yes, most guys would not like a gift like this, but Seth knew its value and significance. The doll had a history. It came from a family member that died during the Black Death. It was old and very fragile, but Seth loved history and treasured this gift with his whole heart. The days after the will reading and burial of his grandmother were hard, but Seth always enjoyed walking around the farmland his parents owned. This helped him clear his mind normally. However, today was different than most. The skies were overcast, making everything look less vibrant and alive than they normally did. In fact, the world he found himself in was almost colorless, just gray, all around, bordering on black. As he was walking outside to his house, he heard children singing. This was odd. No child should be out at this hour, let alone in this kind of weather. The sun would be going down shortly, and with no moon to guide them home, it would be pitch black and dangerous for adults, let alone kids. Seth decided that it would be a good idea to go to them so he knew they got home safe. Seth turned in the direction of the singing and could hear the song they were singing. It was Ring Around the Rosies. Cresting the hill, he saw 6 little girls that could be no more than 7, maybe 8, in age, holding hands. They were dressed identically. They were all wearing white nightgowns and no shoes. For some reason, this sight caused him great fear. They felt out of place. like they've come from another time. As they were finishing the song, they fell to the ground. But where you would expect to hear giggling from the children came painful moans. Lying on the ground, Seth noticed they were bleeding from the mouth and looked sickly. These girls vanished. Seth turned to run, but the instant he turned around, the ghostly apparitions of the girls were there. They touched him, and images flooded his mind. They showed him his family dead, and the farm he lived on fire. But that was not the worst. It showed him whatever this was spreading to the town near him and going well beyond that. Seth woke up on the ground hours later. No moon in the sky. Darkness surrounded him. But knowing the terrain as well as he did, finding his house was easy. Getting to his house, all the lights were off, and his parents had long gone to bed. Huh, that's odd. They went to bed, but never bothered to look for me. I guess they thought I had gone to bed early or something. He shrugged off the thought and opened the front door and headed straight to his room. Turning the light on, he was instantly unnerved once again. The doll he had received from his grandmother sat on his bed, clutching a note. Seth slowly approached the note with trepidation. He picked up the doll and tried to take the note from its tiny hands. However, he had to pull it away. It was almost as if the doll was reluctant to let the note go. Finally, freeing it from the tiny doll's grasp, he opened it and began to read its contents. He did not recognize the handwriting, however. It was sloppy, almost as if a child had written it. Beware the setting sun, for on the third day your crops will wither away. Beware the blood moon, for when thy moon rises, all your cattle will fall. And finally, beware, for on the next night your family will only begin their true plight. This will not stop with you, and I'm afraid none will make it to see the next moon. This note sent chills down Seth's spine as he read and reread it. The letter spoke of all the images he had seen before he passed out earlier. Also, as he examined the doll, she was dressed the same as the ghost children. Could she be one of the spirits I've seen come to warn me? Or is she here to bring about the death? Seth shook his head. This is ridiculous. This is a trick. Someone is messing with me. Yes, that is it. Someone is messing with me. He thought to himself. Hell, it could be one last joke from Grandma. She was always a trickster after all. Seth went to bed that night and was plagued with the visions on repeat. He was powerless to stop anything that was going to happen. At one point in the dream, a little girl appeared in her white nightgown with no shoes. She was coughing up blood. Her words were pained, but she was very clear.
There's nothing you can do to save your family. Your family's fate is sealed. However, you can stop the spread. Make sure no crops, no meat leave this farm. It cannot spread to the next town if it does not. The world will know death like it never has. The plague will strike again. And this time, the casualties will be much worse.
Waking up, Seth gets ready to go out and continue to harvest the crops with his father, only to be greeted by his mother at the table. Mother, where's Father this morning? He took some fruits and vegetables and a pig he slaughtered this morning to the town. He got word a family was in need of food, so being your father, he decided to help out. We have plenty more than enough to help this family out and sell the rest that we don't need to market. Don't worry, Seth. We will be fine. She must have seen the blood drain from my face and thinking it was from worry and not from remembering that dream from last night. Seth went out to do his chores, trying to keep the dream off his mind. It couldn't be true, he told himself. Modern medicine has cures for anything that is out there. This thought brought him comfort, and the next few days he forgot about the dreams. Nothing strange happened until the fourth day. He woke up and went outside, as he normally did, only to find that everything that had yet to be harvested withered and died overnight. Upon seeing this, he broke down and cried. His parents both asked him what was wrong, so Seth recounted the dreams, visions, and yes, even the ghost children. They did not believe him. They thought it was all stress-induced and took Seth to the doctor. They gave him some meds that Seth knew he would not take. After all, he doubted that he would be on this earth much longer anyhow. If this was the case, Seth wanted to be clear-minded, and psych meds would do the opposite of that. Getting back home, Seth went up to his room, using the excuse he was tired and wanted to rest. His parents thought that was for the best. Seth knew that the next full moon was in less than 29 days, and that it would be a blood moon. Of that, he had no doubt. Seth was in fact tired, so he decided it would be for the best if he tried to get some rest. Almost on cue, as his head hit the pillow, he was out. The sleep was not normal. It was almost supernatural in a sense. His body was unconscious, but his mind was very much awake. He once again started to dream about the ghost girl that was connected to this accursed doll. In the dream, the ghost child showed Seth images of his death. He was lying on the ground with blood pouring out of his mouth. The ghost girl warns him that if he does not burn and free her spirit from the earthly prison, aka the doll, she cannot protect him and his family, and Seth would be doomed to die this way. The last sight he saw was his childhood home on fire. Cattle and other animals lay scattered in the yard. One last detail did not escape his notice. The grass had died, and the trees were dead as well. Whatever this thing is, has made this land inhospitable to any lifelike organisms. Seth sat straight up in his bed, sweat pouring from every pore of his body. He was coughing and hacking, causing blood to come up as well as saliva. This caused a yell of surprise to escape his mouth. Seth decided at that moment he needed to burn that damn doll. If the dreams were true, this would at least give him a fighting chance. Seth walked over to his closet and opened the box that housed that fucking doll. However, for the first time, he actually looked at the box closely. The box was handcrafted and beautifully made, with a strange inscription in an unknown language. Seth went over to his computer and typed it into Google search engine. It came back with a translation. It was in Latin. Turns out it was a verse from Revelations. And the living one, I died, and behold, I am alive forevermore, and I have the key of death and Hades. Confused as to what it means, I found a note hidden in the box. This was a note from my grandmother. I am sorry, my love, that I now must burden you with this doll, but you must not do as it asks, no matter what it foretells, or what comes to pass. The spirit in the doll is in fact an ancestor of ours. However, after the years of captivity, the doll has turned her vengeful. She wishes to spread the plague of her time into this world and bring it to its knees in hellfire and brimstone. But we cannot allow this. It will bring the plague of 1347. However, she will infuse it with her supernatural powers, and it will kill so many more people. And this could cause an extinction level event. Keep the doll safe, my grandson, and be strong for us all. Love, Grandma. Unsure as to what to do, Seth locked the doll back in the box. He did have some time to think on it. On one hand, if he doesn't burn the doll, He and his family were sure to die. If he did, the ghost said she would help. He never felt in danger by her. Maybe Grandma was wrong about her. Over the next few weeks, he did his chores and pondered over the ghost children. They didn't fully go away over the next few weeks. The one ghost girl would often plead with Seth to free her. He would consider it, and then his grandmother's pleas would enter his mind. Finally, 27 days had passed, and on midnight of the 28th, the blood moon rose. The next morning, animals, trees, grass were all dead. Seth's parents were still in bed. As the sight of all this sank in, he could think of only one thing to do. He rushed up the stairs and grabbed the doll out of the closet. He rushed back outside, and Seth ran over to the shed, grabbing the gas can. Rushing to the burn barrel, he threw the box into it, dumped all the gas out of the can, lit a match, and burned the box. The whole time, pleading, begging, crying for this spirit to protect him and his family. The warning his grandmother gave him, all but forgotten. As the flames licked the box, he heard giggling behind him. He turned around and seeing all of the ghost girls once again, all holding hands, singing their song, they stopped and made a spot for him to join them. Seth was unsure of what to do at first. As they sang, the sky darkened, not the kind of dark to signal a storm. It was pitch black. Seconds later, he heard a loud crack of thunder and saw lightning strike the house as it burst into flames. The flames spread unnaturally quick. Seth ran to the house, trying to get there to save his parents. Why was this happening? They said he would be okay, but the ghost girls teleported in front of him, hands outstretched, as they sang that accursed song. But Seth could not help but sing as he walked over to join them. Seth had his hands outstretched as if he was holding hands with two ghost children. He started to sing the song. Ring around the rosies, pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes, we all fall down. With the last line, he falls to the ground, blood pouring out of his mouth. One of the ghost children, the one connected to that accursed fucking doll, walks up to him. Thank you, Seth, for burning the doll and finally setting me free. Now the world will know the suffering that our family endured. She let out a giggle, disappearing as Seth drew his last bloodied breath. I'm not like other teenagers. I'm daring, risk-taking. I guess you can say it. Crazy. I've been into reading horror stories and looking up gory stuff online. I recently saw a Reddit post on a rumor phone number involving a serial killer that they haven't caught since 1985, which is mentioned as the Purple Guy. Some say that he goes out from an hour after sundown to sunrise targeting victims and placing pieces of purple tape on their foreheads to mark that he was there. Some also say that phoning him is the easiest way of getting caught. I don't really believe this story, as I've never heard anything on the news. I'm constantly on my phone. I would have gotten a news post or something. It was close to Halloween, and I just thought that whoever posted this was trying to get a few scares out. I decided to give this call a try to prove to everyone that it's just a hoax. One of my closest friends was with me eating lunch as I was still at school on our lunch break. Hey guys, what should we do after school? I said with a mischievous grin. Oh boy, not again with the pranks. Oh no, better than pranks. I said, pulling out my phone to show him the page that showed the killer's phone number. Investigating a phone number? My friend nearly choked on his burger. Are you insane? That's the purple guy's number. Do you know what will happen to you? I didn't know why he was so upset. It was just a helpless phone number. Numbers of people called that exact number and got killed within 3 weeks. He hacks into your phone and gets all of your information. He uses gloves to hide his traces. The only thing that is left behind is the weapon that he used to kill the person with, their blood on it, and in a plastic bag with purple tape. I rolled my eyes at how he was rambling. I decided to do it without him, as I just thought he was just being a scaredy cat. My parents worked late, so I was home alone for a few hours. I went to my bedroom to do the call. I began dialing the number, as I said to myself, 430-291-9162. I pushed the send button and put my phone to my ear, waiting for a ring. But it went to the Verizon auto voice. I'm sorry, but the number that you're trying to reach does not exist. Please try again. What? I pulled the number away from my ear and looked at it confused. But it's supposed to work. I tried dialing the number a second time, but the auto voice happened again. I'm sorry, but the number that you're trying to reach does not exist. Please try again. I began to get angry. This had to be the right number. It said so on the Reddit page. I decided to look it up. I saw that the legend is that he murdered 5 children at a party, and you have to dial the number 5 times to represent each child that died from him. Then, on the 5th try, it would start the auto voice, but quickly cut off to a ring. That kind of made me uncomfortable, but just a tiny bit, as it didn't bother me. I went on dialing the number a few more times. As the other 4 times, it did the auto voice. As I was dialing the number the 5th time, I don't know why, but my heart was pounding in my ear. Adrenaline began to pump through me. I put the phone in my ear and waited. I'm sorry, but the number that you're trying... Then it cut off to a ringtone. I swore my heart immediately stopped for a split second. The ring was kind of distorted and low-toned, which sent chills down my spine. I then knew that I possibly made a big mistake. The phone dropped silent for a minute. I listened in carefully for any sounds and voices. You've reached Tracy Mills. Leave your name, your number, and your message, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible, the voicemail said. He didn't seem dark and evil to me. I was about to hang up when a young girl's voice came through. It sounded as if she was crying and pleading. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I felt as if I was going to throw up. What was happening to this little girl? Was this man with her? One of the 5 children that he killed was his daughter? Could this be her? I want to go back home, she sobbed, before a blood-curdling scream came through the other line. I swore I turned gray. A second later, the man's voice came back on. You will never be able to save them. Your number has been logged and traced, he said in a dark, low tone. Before the message signal, I heard a low chuckle. I just froze as the beep went off. I just immediately hung up and sat there. What did I just get myself into? I decided to look up what you said to do next after calling the number. The number will call you back an hour after you called it. The man will answer your questions or comment to what you said. After the call, you have 3 weeks until he comes after you. I would prefer drowning your phone into a lake or river so he can't pick up your location, one of the posts said. Whoa, like that's gonna help, I said to myself shakingly. My parents came home about a few minutes later. I decided not to tell them what happened or what I did, as I was trying to deal with it myself. I even called my friend that I talked to earlier at school. "This is your problem, not mine. I told you that it wasn't a great idea to call that number. Whatever happens, happens. Good luck, dude," he just said before hanging up. I thought best friends were supposed to be there for each other. I looked up at the clock in my living room, 7:30. I called the number at 6:31. Just as the clock turned to 7:31, right on the dot, my phone in my bedroom began to ring. I felt as if I was having a heart attack. As I couldn't breathe or having chest pains, I struggled over to my room. My hands became sweaty and extremely shaky. It was the exact phone number, 403-291-9162, the Redwater, Texas phone number. I slowly picked up and pushed the accept button. The line was dead silent for a short second. "Hello?" I said shakingly. "Well, hello, Tyler," the man's voice said. "How do you know my name?" I quickly looked out my window to make sure no one was spying on me. "Oh, I know everything," he said in a low tone. "I know where you live and who you live with. You live at 194 Coral Street, Amarillo, Texas. You live with your parents, Riley Williams and Bailey Williams. You have 3 dogs, a golden retriever named Buddy, a black lab named Bucky, and a German shepherd named Major," he said, a bit amused about this information. "And I see you're going to be turning 17 on June 18th, just in under 2 weeks. Are you watching me?" I said shakingly. The other line was silent for a moment. Then the sound of a chuckle came through. "Why, no. I'm just simply here in my house." I knew he was lying. "I'm calling the cops," I didn't yell. He chuckled again through the phone in his dark low tone. "Why would you waste your time calling for help? They're really not going to help the situation. You can say I'm nocturnal. I come out during the night to sunrise killing my victims. No one would want to stay up all night and day protecting you." "They would for a minor," I shouted out, defending myself. He chuckled again, which got on my nerves. "You're going to be a pre-adult. Not a big deal to worry about someone like you. See you in 3 weeks, kiddo." Then the line went dead. I clenched my phone, looking straight ahead of me, regretting not listening to my friend's warning. If you're hearing this or reading this, be warned. Don't ever call this number. You don't want to be like me, careless and stupid. Then that one action will be your last, like this one. In 3 weeks, I'll be dead. This just in. The body of high school student Tyler Williams is found dead by the spillway downtown Amarillo, Texas. It has been declared he was a victim of the dangerous serial killer, the Purple Guy. I could feel the frigid air of the bedroom resonating in my soul as I stare across your side of the bed. Staring back at me is a photo of our wedding, with a garter draped across it, your smile shining from the picture like a beacon in the darkness that has become my life. Your side of the bed is filled with our old love letters. Our lives and the remnants of them are scattered about as I desperately try to fill the hole you left behind. I gently thumb your wedding ring as I drift off to sleep. The night slumber resurrects memories which ebb and flow across my dreamscape. From the deep recesses of my mind, I can hear you calling. I hear your laugh echoing through the halls of our home, your promise lingering in the air, broken but lingering. As I watch the slides of our life pass, I can feel you, reaching for me through your dark escape. I jolt awake as your scent gently reaches my nose. Through tears in my eyes, I realize you aren't here. In my loneliness and longing to hold you, I must have grabbed your pillows, hugging them close to me. My senses come alive as I picture our pillow fights, our late movie nights, and the love we had that these pillows bore witness to. The letters lay scattered, victims of my restless sleep. As the sorrow subsides, I start to gather the letters, those precious pieces of who we were. I reach under the bed for the box they call home, when my hand brushes something soft. I try to muffle my sobs as I lay it on the bed. Your favorite shirt, the one you tossed aside that day, had laid waiting for me to find it, like a scorpion of emotions waiting to strike my heart when I found it. It's been months. Our friends ask about why I can't move on, why I can't just let these things go. But as the cotton fabric runs through my fingers, I see everything we were, what we could have been. Our dreams and plans tease my heart, and for a fleeting moment, it feels like you may be back one day. I'm flooded with all the regret I have, all the blame I share for you leaving. Your absence has taken all sense of time from me. If it weren't for the soft rays of light shining through the window, I wouldn't know if it were day or night. To be entirely honest, I've taken an extended leave of absence from work. Sorrow seems to make the world spin slower. And I couldn't grasp anything in front of me as the thoughts of you lingered in my head. Work seemed to understand, but at this point, I don't even know how long I've been gone, let alone how long I've been sitting here staring at your shirt. By the time my heart settles, the room is different. I'm sure hours have passed by. The golden rays peeking through the window have taken on an orange glow. I watch as one of the letters flutters slightly on the bed as the evening breeze glides through the cracked window. The ghosts of our love haunts me as the papers shift ever so gently. I picture you writing on them, the way your eyes would light up when I would hand you a letter. It was so silly, so naive. We had lived together for years, but somehow talking could never fully express how we felt. So we resorted to giving each other letters, even hiding them in places, hoping they'd be found later and making each other's day. As much as I hope to, I haven't found a letter since you've been gone. I've searched the house top to bottom. You'd be so disappointed in me if you saw the state of our home. In my depression, I've thrown books. The cabinets are near bare. I've been afraid to wash laundry for fear of destroying a letter, for fear of losing another piece of you. I've surrounded myself in chaos just to preserve what we were. I can't do this. I can't keep drowning myself in what we had. I need to see you. I know this is all my fault. You left because of me. I could never expect forgiveness, but seeing you just once more may quell my heartbreak. I grab your shirt as I race downstairs to gather my keys and wallet. I don't even process the tire squealing as I leave the driveway. Anxiety and anticipation are killing me. What would you say if you could see me now? How have you changed? I fly down the highway hoping to reach you sooner, even as the fear of what would happen begins to spill over. I feel like I'm exhuming things that are better left alone, but I have no power to stop myself. The high-pitched tone of the brakes fills the silent night as I reach the path to you. The truck is barely in park when I fling the door open and sprint down the gravel trail. You are right where I expect you to be. It takes more effort than I imagined to get you to come home with me, but every bit of effort is worth it. I cannot express the joy and relief I feel holding your hand on the drive home. This time apart must have been as hard on you as it was me. Your hand feels like nothing more than skin and bone. I wonder if ordering your favorite food would be too much for you tonight, or if we should celebrate our reunion with a more quiet night in. We reach the driveway, and I glide the truck into park. Without hesitation, I run to your door and pick you up, carrying you in just like the day we got married. I can feel how thrilled you are to be home. There have been times I thought you loved this house more than you loved me, but with you gone, I quickly learned it was our home, our togetherness you loved. I take the stairs, two at a time, to our bedroom, and gently set you on the bed, gazing deep into your eyes. I help you put your favorite shirt on and kiss your forehead before excusing myself for a shower. It seems that I've forgotten how to maintain even the most basic principles of human hygiene in my morning. The longing to hold you is so strong, I cannot help but rush through showering. I can't even be bothered to glance in the mirror before returning to your side, still dripping wet. I climb in bed and I stroke your face, tucking your hair behind your ear. As I do, a clump of flesh and hair falls into my hand. Your eyes have shifted, and one seems to be falling out. But what can I really expect? I was digging up bones after all.
Alice and John traveled down a dark back road in Georgia. The darkness seemed unnatural. The light from their headlights only illuminated the road right in front of their car. Even using their high beams would not cut through the oppressive darkness. John had been traveling in absolute silence for hours. At first, it was relaxing, but now it seemed to be eerie. No other cars were on the road. No sound of nature could be heard from the open windows to his left or right. This seemed unnatural. The only sounds that could be heard beside the sound of the car's engine was the light snoring of his lovely wife. Alice sat there sleeping in a fully reclined seat. Her blonde hair covered her face. Having her there with him always put him at ease, even in the situation he currently found himself in. Driving down the dark roads, he swore he saw figures moving just outside his field of vision. But just as soon as he thought he could make a figure out, nothing was there. "Hey, Alice, wake up," John says as he nudges her with his free hand. Groggily, Alice slapped his hand away.
What the hell? I was in the middle of a good sleep. I was not ready to get up yet.
Alice argues with her husband. John could not hide the discomfort in his voice. "Well, I don't care. I need you to get up. Something weird is currently going on, and I don't want to be alone." Alice sits up and rubs the sleep from her eyes. Trying to clear her blurry vision, she looks at him.
Why do you sound so worried? I see nothing around us, just darkness.
As she is saying this, a low and ominous sound could be heard faintly.
What is that?
Asks Alice, startled at the fact the silence has been shattered by such an odd sound. "I don't know, honey, but look, whatever kind of fog that has been around us seems to have cleared a little bit. Let's keep driving. Maybe we can find a place to ask for directions, or find something up ahead." As the fog lifts slightly, John notices they have driven deep into the woods. The road is no more than a single lane. If someone would have come from the opposite direction in these conditions, it would have been disastrous. Alice reaches her hand out and flips on the radio.
Well, if you're going to be driving, at least we can have some music to distract us.
She presses the power button, and they are greeted with a loud blast of static. She quickly turns the dial. Slowly, a voice can be heard. At first, what it was saying was indistinguishable. But the more she honed in on the station, the clearer it became. They could hear a southern evangelist on the radio. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. As he finishes the verse from Romans 6:23, the radio shuts off, and in the silence, once more, hears the ominous chime of what they now believe to be a bell of some kind. Once again, the fog lifted a little more, revealing more of the surroundings around them. The woods they had been driving through are not as deep as first thought. The trees were dead, and I don't mean the kind of dead where the leaves have started to fall off due to the time of year. No, I mean that kind of dead, like the trees looked like they were rotting from the inside out. Almost as if something had poisoned this land, and it was slowly killing all life around it. As they continued with their trip, a figure runs out in front of them. James slams on the brakes as to avoid hitting who or whatever had just darted across the road. The car skittering to a halt. After the car came to a complete stop, James opens the door. Alice shouts out in protest.
What are you doing? Get back in the car now. You don't know who that was and if they are dangerous.
James jumps out of the car and rushes over to the area he last saw the figure. As he gets to the edge of the road, he bends down to see that the grass, or lack thereof, is brown and dead. This could have been normal had a drought occurred, but there had been clear evidence of a storm, so the fact that everything was dying around this particular area made no sense. James then stepped off the road, calling out, "Hey there, are you okay? Do you need any help?" He swears he could hear a hiss, like that of a snake, but much louder, and then the snap of branches, but due to the fog, he could not see anything. Looking at his surroundings, he notices a dead deer. However, it looked as if it had been ripped apart by some other creature. No animal he knew of could have done this, and he has hunted in woods like this all of his life, and had seen all kinds of dead animals, killed by bears, coyotes, wolves, but none have left claw marks and bite patterns like these. Standing back up, he turns around to head back to the car, when he hears a blood-curdling scream come from his wife. James runs to the car and checks on his wife. "What is wrong, honey?" Alice stammers.
I saw something massive with large claws and wings. It looked like it scratched the car.
James looked up at the car, and there was nothing there. "Honey, there's no scratches. It's this place. It's making us see things. Let's get moving. The sooner we get out of here, the better off we will be." Getting back in the car, slamming it into drive, James drove with a bit more urgency. Not sure what was going on. Nothing they had seen made any sense. How the land was dying, and his wife's hallucinations. Maybe some kind of toxic waste was dumped here? He wanted to get out of here, and fast. So, on they drove for hours, it felt like. The more they drove, the less progress he felt they made. And finally, another ring of that damned bell broke the silence. However, this time it was much louder, almost as if they were right by the source of the noise. The fog once again started to fade, this time revealing everything around them. They noticed they were driving by a run-down church. However, there was light coming from the windows. "Hey, Alice, let's go to that church. We are lost and running low on gas, so we need to find a place to fuel up," James spoke. Pulling into the long driveway of the old, small Victorian-era church, the building was no larger than a single-story house. However, it was not well maintained. Vines and moss grew on and up the walls of the church. As they approached the double doors, they noticed something odd. Not only were the doors pristine and made of solid bronze, and in the center sat an hourglass. The door seemed out of place, but there was an inscription written on the door. John read the inscription out loud. For whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. Once the bell strikes 3, open thine doors and greet me. Looking over the door, he noticed there was a lock in place that did not look like any lock he'd ever seen before. Examining it, he noticed there was a hand-sized hole in the center of the door, and above it another inscription. Prove thine worth, and give up thine own blood, to enter this holy place. John started laughing. What is this shit? However, his wife seemed to sense something off with this place.
Honey, I don't think we should be here. We need to get out of here. This place seems wrong. Like it's a church, but it feels evil.
Alice spoke. John notices his wife is scared, so his look softens. I know your family are very spiritual, and I know you hold the same beliefs, but this place is not evil. Someone is inside the church and has lit candles and placed them in the windows, so that means someone is in the church that can help us. Evil does not exist. It is a tool used to keep us in line and make us follow what the world says is good. John thrust his arm in the hole and grasped the turning mechanism. Just then a sharp pain erupts through his arm, and several sharp spikes shoot out of the door, filling the hourglass on the door with his crimson blood. Just as the hourglass fills, the doors burst open. What comes out of the doors were monsters, with wings, claws, sharp teeth, the whole 9 yards. The blast of the door knocks both John and Alice backward, and they watched in horror as the servants of hell fly forth from the unsanctified church. As they lay on the ground, a snake slithers by them and looks at them. Taken aback, the snake had human eyes. It looked at them, and they heard it say, "Thanks." As they heard the demonic laughter, that seemed to emanate from inside their heads. After the laughter ceased, John looked at his wife and goes, "What the fuck did we just unleash?" As he watched the demons that have emerged from hell fly to the nearby town. I used to hate it. Not just hate it, despise it. I loathed having my clothing soaked, and the pitter-pattering of it on the road drove me crazy. Stepping in mud puddles was an extra annoyance, and not to mention ruining what would otherwise be a bright, sunny day. However, that all changed one night. I had just gotten off work, tired from a long shift. I called an Uber to have me picked up. I glanced at the sky, seeing how overcast it was, hoping my ride would be here before the rain came down. He did technically arrive after it began. Thankfully, though, it was right before it really started pouring.
"How are you doing?"
My driver asked me. "I'm alright, just a little tired."
"I feel ya. Can you believe this weather? I checked it earlier and it said only like a 2% chance of rain."
"Well, I guess it was a big 2%.
"You can say that again. Anyway, because of it, getting to your neighborhood will take a little longer."
"That's fine. Let me know when we're close." He gave me a nod and then turned forward. As he drove us out of the parking lot, I pulled out my phone to pass the time. While watching a video, I heard him say something that caught my attention.
"What the hell?"
"Is something wrong?"
"Oh, it's nothing. I thought I saw something cross the street just now. I didn't get a good look at it, though."
"It was probably a deer. We get those sometimes around here." I looked back down at the video I was watching
Yeah, well, thing is, and maybe it was only my imagination, but I could have sworn it was running upright.
What? I asked, glancing back up at him. It had to be someone crossing the street then.
I'm not too sure of that. Whatever crossed the street definitely had some antlers, or at least horns.
At this point, I considered the possibility that he was messing with me. However, seeing his nervous expression in the rearview mirror made me reconsider this. Either he happened to be really good at acting crazy, or worst of all, there really was something out there. Although I didn't show it, I began feeling uneasy as well. Just keep driving then. We'll be in my neighborhood soon. Focusing back on the road, there was only silence between us for the next couple of minutes. Then, I got a feeling of being watched. I felt like someone's eyes were burrowing into the back of my head. I didn't want to look back. It was as if my neck was being controlled by puppet strings. Standing dead center of the road, with the rain pouring down around it, was the creature. It didn't exactly have antlers, but it didn't exactly have horns either. It's hard to explain. What I did find clear was that this thing was clearly not meant to be seen by human eyes. What saved mine, as well as my driver's sanity, was the rain. Yes, the very thing that I despised for my entire life, up until now, was the only thing shielding me from seeing that creature in its entirety. Although the rain obscured most of it, I did see some other features of it. The most striking thing about it was its eyes. It didn't only have two. It had eyes covering its entire body. Although the rain obscured most of it, I did see some other features of it. The most striking thing about it was its eyes. It didn't only have two. It had eyes covering its entire body. They were all human-like in appearance, and each one was a different color that glowed with a dim light in them. I saw only the gaze of a hungry predator.
Hey, are you alright?
Drive faster. He didn't reply, but instead pressed harder on the gas. I didn't need him to tell me he knew I had seen it too. The fear in his eyes made that perfectly clear. It wasn't happy with the fact that we were speeding up. I didn't understand what I was seeing at first. Then, it registered to me. It was growing taller, already being tall. This caused it to be a staggering height. Its legs weren't the only thing growing. It was only then did I notice that its front legs weren't really legs at all. They were more akin to the arms of an ape. They, too, grew along with its fingers. Despite how unnerving that was to see, it was only the second most terrifying thing it did. The first was when it let out a screech and gave chase.
Jesus Almighty H. Christ!
It was impossibly fast, catching up to us with ease. Go! Faster!
What do you think I'm doing? I'm already pushing past 100.
We could only hope we'd reach my neighborhood before it could reach us. Unfortunately, things didn't turn out that way. I returned my gaze out the back windshield and found it was no longer on the road. I informed my driver of this.
Maybe it gave... Oh, shit!
It had gotten in front of us. He slammed on his brakes, trying to stop, and presumably about to make a sharp U-turn. It didn't give him a chance. Its arm shot forward, seizing his car by the sides, flipping it with ease. We screamed as it went into the air for a moment and then fell onto the road on its roof, resulting in the windows shattering. I remember my teeth chattering on impact. I'm lucky that it didn't end up biting my own tongue off. What wasn't lucky is the fact that various shards of glass were now sticking into my ribs and chest. That, coupled with the fact that I'd hit my head while causing me to rapidly lose consciousness. My driver was still conscious as it approached the vehicle. Having gotten closer to us, it's become more visible, even through the rain. I thought my mind would break at that moment, but by some miracle, a gust of wind blew some rain in my eyes, blurring them. Through my now limited vision, I made out one of its arms going into my driver's window, grabbing him, then yanking him out screaming. Its other arm stretched towards me, and that's when I finally passed out. I woke up later in the hospital. The doctors told me it was a wonder I was still alive. As it turned out, we were close enough to my neighborhood for what some of my neighbors thought was a car wreck to be heard. I'm thankful to them for calling an ambulance and to the paramedics who got me to the hospital. They had to defibrillate me on the way there, and it required a lot of blood as well as bandages plus stitches. Some cops were there to take my statement. I knew that telling them the truth would get me thrown in a straitjacket. Therefore, I instead told them a deer caused my driver's car to be flipped. That's sort of true. They thankfully didn't press me for further questions. It took me many months of physical therapy, but I'm happy to say that I've managed to make a full recovery. I've also gotten a new job because my previous one let me go for missing too many days. Personally, I think it's better this way. The new job I have now is so close I can walk to it. Plus, I don't have to take that godforsaken road anymore. Speaking of which, my experience isn't an isolated incident. Since then, which was over 2 years ago now, a number of accidents and disappearances have occurred along that road. Due to this, the road has been condemned. I'm not sure when it appeared, or if it's always been there. Maybe it's some kind of extra-dimensional being that decided to come into our world. Maybe it's a forest spirit awakened, emerged by humanity encroaching on its territory. So far, I'm the only one who has survived seeing, and I think I know why. The answer is something I try not to think about for the sake of my mental health. I believe the reason it didn't take me was because, technically, I had been dead. That means it only wants live prey. To do what with them, I have no clue, nor do I wish to ever find out. Sometimes, when it's raining, I stare out my window and think about that night and how it kept me from fully seeing that creature. I almost think it akin to a mother shielding her impressionable toddler from seeing something that could scar them for life. Did some force look out for me, causing the storm to save me, or had it merely occurred by coincidence? In either case, the steady pitter-pattering of it on my roof I now find very relaxing. Locked in this dark room, it's been weeks since I've seen another person. Sitting here in this 4x10 cell, they have not fed me more than some moldy bread and water 3 times a day. These conditions are inhuman at best, but I guess, considering what led me here, this is no less than I deserve. Reflecting back on the events of the day that led me to this place, it was no different than any other day. Wake up, make my bed, take my meds, and then breakfast. However, that day, I guess the meds were not doing their job, or something triggered my schizophrenia. But either way, Steve reared his ugly head and got my food and approached the table that I normally sat at. I always counted 6 rows across and 6 down. It was the very last table on the right side of the room. I always sat in the center of the table every day. Getting to my table, I noticed 3 new guys sitting there, and one of them was sitting in my seat. I heard Steve speak. "Kill them," he said to me.
They're in your seat. They have no respect for you. You must show them this is your table, so they will respect you.
So I approached them without saying a word, standing behind the one in my seat. The other two did not notice me until I brought the fork up and stabbed him repeatedly in the neck. The second one went to get up, so I smacked him with my food tray and shoved the fork in his eye, ripping the eye out of his socket with a wet pop. As I pulled the fork out of his eye, the third one got up and ran away to retrieve the guards. I stood there, covered in warm blood. Oh, I felt at home for the first time in so long. I waited no more than a few moments, and I heard the sound of alarms go off, and in ran the guards, armed with batons and pepper spray. As they approached me, I clutched the fork with the still clinging eye on it. As they slowly advanced on me, I charged. These assholes were not gonna take me without a fight, I thought to myself, laughing hysterically. I swung at the closest guard. Oh, the next thing I knew, I felt the familiar sting of pepper spray in my eye. If they thought this would stop me, they were sadly mistaken. I continued to swing, catching one of the guards in the neck, but they were not as easily taken down as the unsuspecting sap I killed moments ago. However, once I physically assaulted one of the guards, I felt them hit me in the ribs with their batons, and they kept smacking me until I was unconscious. Waking up in the infirmary, I was bandaged up. My head hurt a lot, and I could not see straight. But once they noticed I was awake, they threw me in the cell. This cell is pitch black, and no light is ever let in. However, in the dark is my old friend, and it's nice to have him back. From one corner of the cell, I heard Steve speak.
You did good today. But today was just the beginning. Next time, you will take more than just a few bodies. I want more blood, and you either give me the blood of the inmates and the employees of this building, or I'll take it from you. The choice I leave up to you.
I used to be afraid of him. However, now he doesn't want to hurt me. He wants to set me free and be free himself. In 1863, during the American Civil War, the Battle of Gettysburg raged on, becoming the bloodiest battle to be fought on American soil. 3 soldiers fighting for the Confederacy, disguised in Union attire, marched on with Union forces. Once discovered, the Union promptly made an example of them. They were hanged until dead, right here at Sacks-Covered Bridge. The hanging took place at dusk, which is historically the time that most hangings would occur. The historian in Luke was enthralled in the story. His guide was weeping. "Ouch!" Luke yelled, feeling a sharp poke into his side, spinning around to glare at whoever just poked him. His girlfriend April had a sheepish grin on her face. Luke scoffed. "What was that for?" "I was talking to you and you were ignoring me," April smirked. "I was paying attention to my tour guide. You know I love history. Maybe you should listen. You could learn something for a change," Luke said, annoyed. Turning back to his guide and listening to her. "Legend has it, if you are unlucky enough to be on the bridge at the time of their death, you will meet the same fate as the soldiers." The tour guide looked at the crowd and gives them a playful wink. "But it's fine. We have not had to cover up any deaths in years." The crowd laughed at her joke. After the tour guide was finished telling her tale, April spins on her heels to look at Luke. Okay, she's done now. Can we go? I'm bored, and it's hot. I want ice cream. April complains. Yes, we can go now. Let's just find Tyler, Luke placated her. Finding Tyler, they set out to go to one of the many ice cream parlors in Gettysburg. While eating their ice cream, April makes a suggestion with a mischievous grin on her face. We're going to the bridge at dusk that you seem to enjoy so much, Luke, and see if the ghosts really exist, or more than likely, they are fake as shit. Still, it'll make for a great story. Tyler looks over at April, his mouth agape. He continues to stare at her as if she has 3 heads. He yells in the middle of the ice cream parlor, on a scale of 1 to hell no? You can go fuck yourself. I am not stepping foot on that bridge. Come on, man, Luke coaxes Tyler. It's fine. Nothing bad will happen. It's all made up for the tourists. No one actually believes this shit. It's just for fun, man. And to get more out of the trip, we'll most likely never be here again. I will come along to be a lookout for you two. I can't have you getting arrested after all. But, mark my words, I will not, and I repeat, not be stepping foot on that fucking bridge. That is out of the question. You have a problem with that? I will not be coming along on your little suicide mission. April laughs at him. Okay, if you want to be a coward and believe in that superstitious crap, it's fine, but we are going. After eating their ice cream, the group goes to the hotel room, changing, showering, and getting ready for the night's events. About an hour before dusk, they head out to the bridge. Once they get there, the atmosphere is ominously thick. But what Tyler noticed most was the lack of noise. No insects or other sounds could be heard near the bridge. But just before they got close to the bridge, the night seemed just like any other night. Approaching the bridge, April and Luke set foot as the sun began to fade and dusk set in. A fog started to form around them. Tyler, that refused to set foot on the bridge, watched on. Soon he was not able to see Luke or April anymore. Still able to hear them, he was not worried. As if on cue, both of them screamed. Not wanting to set foot on the bridge, he screams, "What? What's going on?" Slowly as the fog begins to fade, he sees the bodies of his 2 friends suspended in the air by ropes, swaying back and forth, even though there was no wind. Nicholas and Annie, twins, always enjoyed fall. They enjoyed the cornfields, the corn mazes, the pumpkins, the weather, and even the changing of the leaves. They always would play games in the cornfields any chance they got. Living in Pennsylvania, especially in farm country, there was an abundance of cornfields, so they never had to play in the same field twice. However, the farmers would never take too kindly to them playing in their fields, and they always tried to avoid the fields that would house the scarecrows. For some reason, scarecrows would always unnerve them. There was always something off about them. Like at any second, they could come to life and get you. But sometimes, you just can't avoid playing in the cornfields that house those creepy fucking bastards. On this late October afternoon, Annie and Nicholas did just that, and it was to their dismay that these events transpired. Leaving their house, then running to the nearest cornfield for a little bit of afternoon shenanigans, Nicholas and Annie stopped dead in their tracks. They quickly realized this cornfield housed a scarecrow, but they decided it was well worth it. As they ventured into the cornfield, immediately they grew uncomfortable. They had a feeling that at any moment something was going to come around the corner and grab them. Nicholas spoke to Annie. "I don't think we should be here, Annie. There's something not right." The sounds of disembodied laughter from children could be heard. Annie looked at Nicholas and said, "Oh, what was that?" Nicholas responds, "I don't know, Annie, but we need to get out of here now." They were not very deep in the cornfield at this point. They began to run, and it seemed they had been running for ages, but not making any progress in getting out of the cornfield. The children's laughter surrounded them. Both of the twins were running away from the disembodied voices, trying to escape, but no matter where they turned to, the voices seemed to be all around them. The voices were whispering, "This way. Don't go that way. Follow us." But the children were not paying attention to them. They thought that if they just kept running in a straight line, they would have to reach the other side. The field was not that big. They had been running for quite some time. Finally, they came to a clearing, and in the center sat a malevolent-looking scarecrow. It just sat there looking down on them. It seemed to be daring them to run, just so he could chase them down. But scarecrows can't come to life, Nicholas thought to himself. We were just lost in a cornfield, close to dusk. It's causing our imaginations to run wild. Out of breath, both of the children collapsed at the foot of the scarecrow. Nicholas looked up at that ugly bastard, smirking at it, and asked, "What the hell are you looking at, buddy?" Annie asked Nicholas, "What is going on here? Why can't we find the way out of this field? We've done this thing millions of times before and never had a problem." "This is a new field, Annie. That's all. We will find our way out. It'll be okay, Annie." Annie yelled, "Really? You're just gonna pretend like you didn't hear all that fucking laughter and the voices? So you're just gonna pretend like this is all absolutely normal, like we're just skipping through a fucking field of daisies, huh? You don't have to be so snarky, Annie. Why do you always have to be so emotional? This situation is no different from any other time we've done this. We just need to get up and start moving. We will eventually come to a way out. It's not like we are locked in here with some supernatural being. Let's go. We can't stay here all night," Nicholas proclaimed. The scarecrow's hand grasped Nicholas by the hair and pulled him up to meet his face. With a sinister grin, the scarecrow pulled the knife out of his belt, plunged it deep into his stomach, and slowly pulled it left to right as Nicholas's intestines fell to the floor. The scarecrow tossed him aside like he was a toddler. Training his focus on Annie, the scarecrow slowly removed himself off the pole that held him up. Annie started to run, but once again the spirit started to surround her.
"Go this way. He's gonna get you. No, you're going the wrong way. Follow us."
The disembodied voices commanded her to follow them, but she just assumed this was another trap set by the cornfield and continued to run in a straight line. She kept running, then running. The next thing she knew, she was back in the center of the cornfield. She was now face to face with that thing that had just killed her twin brother. She spun around and tried to run, but it grabbed her hair. He ran the blade across her throat. After both the kids were dead, the scarecrow removed their hearts and consumed them, going back to his perch to overlook the land once more. Now that he had his sacrifices, this land would prosper and flourish once more, as well as no harm would come to this land or its occupants. Such was the pact that the ancestors of this land had made with him all those years ago. Now that the children were dead, they could see the spirits of the other children that were in the field. "We were trying to help you, not hurt you. If you'd listened to us, we could have shown you the way out. Now, just like us, your souls are doomed to wander these fields for all time." Nicholas and Annie both did not believe that they were trapped in the cornfield, so the spirits of the past sacrifices escorted them to the boundaries of the field. As the children tried to escape their new prison, they noticed in the distance their parents running up to the house of the person who owned this land. Annie and Nicholas' parents were in desperate search of their kids. They furiously pounded on the farmer's door. John, the farmer, answered the door. "Hello, Mr. or Mrs. Jenkins. What can I do for you this evening?" Have you Have you seen her kids? Miss Jackson exclaimed in a panicked tone. She stated, You know what time of year it is. We have not had the lottery yet. John cursed, Shit, them are your young'uns? Well, I saw them enter my field a while back. I tried to stop them, but they crossed into the Veneers' domain. Their fates were sealed. Standing from his throne in the realm of the undead, his bones rubbing together, this frail old man, a shadow of his former self. Well, not a man, but we will get to that in time. He stands up, draws a tattered and very worn black cloak over his shoulders. The color has faded from black to gray. He spoke to himself aloud. Today's the day. My replacement has arrived. After millennia of this, I get to rest. Walking down the stone steps, slowly, he grabs his scythe and makes his way to greet his guest. The stone steps took him a few minutes to get down, where it used to take him just a few seconds to get down them. Death walked down the lengthy hallway of his chamber. As he did, he looked side to side, admiring the stone statues depicting his predecessors. What had his mortal name been? He pondered this for a minute before speaking to himself once more. It appears I can't even remember my own name. Well, that's not important now. Touching his scythe to the large set of double doors, causing them to open instantaneously, a man stood in front of him, about 6 foot, brown hair, and a bewildered look on his face. This caused Death to chuckle to himself. He had a look much like that one the day he had been chosen. The boy looked like he was about to piss himself when he saw Death step through the doors. The boy spoke in a frantic tone.
Who are you? Where am I? Most importantly, what the fuck are you?
Death just stood there, letting him have his outburst. When he thought the boy was finished, Death spoke calmly and with great effort. Even speaking has become a task. I am Death. I believe that answers both your first and third question. As for the second question, that one requires a bit more of an explanation. However, let us not speak in the hall like a couple of heathens. Death snaps his fingers, and they are transported to a large dining hall. Predictably, the boy stood up and shouted,
What the hell was that? How did that happen? None of this can be happening. I'm dreaming. Yes, that is it. I'm just dreaming.
Evan, I am going to need you to calm down. Death spoke his name, and this caught his attention. You asked me another question. If I'm not mistaken. Well, if you would sit down, I will answer that and any subsequent question you may have for me. Death snapped his fingers, filling the table with mouth-watering food, as well as a goblet filled with wine appeared in front of Evan. Why don't you have a drink and something to eat? To calm your nerves. You're going to need it. Evan went to protest, but did not argue with the strange man.
He was right, however. I am starving. Wait, how am I hungry if I'm dead?
He thought to himself. Just because you're dead, Evan, doesn't mean you don't need to eat.
Wait, How did you know what I was thinking? I didn't say that out loud.
I have many abilities, Evan. I am deaf after all. But this is not important. Let us get back to what is. Your second question was, where are you? Well, you're in my hall, in the realm of the undead. This is where I live when I am not taking souls of the departed to the afterlife.
Evan, who at that point had a mouthful of food, stopped chewing and slowly swallowed.
Wait, you're telling me that you are the Grim Reaper? Like, you go up to Earth, and when someone's time is up, you take them to heaven or hell?
Evan's tone sounded shocked and very doubtful. Death spoke.
Yes and no. I don't often go to Earth other than to deal with a difficult soul. Normally, when they die, they go into the bright light. This is the gateway to my realm. Upon entering here, I judge them and send them to where they belong. Some call it heaven or hell. Others call it Hades. I have also been known by many names. Grim Reaper, Death, Charon, and many others. But regardless of the name, my job remains the same. I am here to keep the balance.
Evan looks at him.
So, why am I here?
That is simple. You are my successor. You will take the mantle of death.
What?
Evan yelled.
How am I going to be death if you are death? Also, what if I don't want to become death? This seems pointless. Why does the world even need a death?
Death looked at Evan and removed his hood for the first time. Evan was not sure what he expected, but a mummified man that resembled beef jerky more than anything was certainly not it.
Well, that was underwhelming.
Evan spoke.
I was expecting something scary, not a walking, talking piece of beef jerky.
Evan sneered. Death ignored these comments and calmly spoke.
Balance, Evan. Balance is what keeps the world running smoothly. Good cannot exist if evil doesn't, and evil cannot exist if good does not. But if good men don't do what is needed, then all it takes is for a good man to do nothing, for evil to prevail. Let me show you what we are ultimately doing this for.
Once again, Death snaps his fingers. And once again, they were thrust into a different location. However, this one gave Evan a sense of peace.
This is the goal.
Death spoke. This time, they were thrust to a beautiful realm. Evan did not have words for what it was. Utopia would be the best word he could use. The gates were pearl white, and when Death approached, they swung open. Stepping through the gate, Evan was speechless. This place radiated a feeling of peace and serenity. The streets were paved with brilliant colors that resembled gold, emeralds, rubies, sapphires.
This place is amazing. Is this heaven?
Yes, this is what mortals call heaven. When a soul dies with no regrets and has lived a good life, this is where they go to rest. They want for nothing here.
What do you mean by a good life? By just being kind to people and doing the right thing? Do you have to believe in God and follow all the strict rules that follow?
He asked, honestly curious.
Furthermore, what if you did not live a good life?
Evan asks Death. For the first time, a wicked grin crossed Death's face, and without a word, he snapped his fingers. An intense heat blasted Evan in the face. A wailing could be heard, which caused him to cover his ears with his hands. Death taps him on the shoulder, handing him a pair of headphones. This helped block the sounds. Evan looked around and noticed shapeless black forms with red eyes being dropped into a massive black abyss. While a massive creature stood over the hole, he dipped his head down into the abyss. As it brought its head back up with a mouth full of what Evan assumed to be damned souls, it chewed them up, and they shrieked even louder as it devoured them. Above that sat a table with people strapped down to it, as a 10-foot-tall horned monstrosity towered over them, peeling the flesh off their bones. Death snapped his fingers one final time, and they were transported back to his realm.
What was that? Hell? What was that monster? That wheeling? The things cutting up other people? Why would anyone be forced to that place? What could you possibly do to get that fate?
Evan was crying. His face had lost all color. The fear was clear in his eyes.
I'm sorry. I had to show you that, Evan. But I needed you to understand. We have these places for a reason.
He let out a heavy sigh and continued.
If we don't do our jobs and make sure the souls get to the right place, then this world will collapse in on itself. So, this is the burden of our charge. But it is a noble charge. And when rest finally comes, we will finally know the bliss we gave to so many others.
The seriousness in which Death spoke these words took Evan aback.
Evan, it is time to take my scythe and accept the mantle of death. My time has come to an end, and I finally get to rest. Once you take the scythe, all the knowledge will be bestowed upon you.
Death extends his arm and Evan takes it. Evan takes the scythe. A flash of light filled the chamber, and when it cleared, Evan was dressed like his predecessor, flowing black robes, scythe in hand. Memories flooded him from all the previous deaths. Once this mental download, for lack of better words, was finished, Evan knew everything he would need to do for this job. Evan looks for the former Death, but all that was left was his tattered cloak. He realized one more monolith had been erected in seconds, and that a statuette sat sentry looking over Evan as he took the mantle of death and kept the world's balance for however long it remained his duty. Evan walked up the stone steps and sat on the throne. He looked at the old death statue and spoke.
I will not let you down. You chose well when you chose me, but I'll be just a bit more hands-on than you.
Just then, he heard the call of a soul that was ready to depart.
Well, no time to rest on ceremony. Time to go to work for me.
He snapped his fingers and went to work. My name is Melissa, and when I was a young girl, I experienced something traumatic that affects me to this day. The career I chose, my religious beliefs, the person I am today, have all been shaped by this event. I haven't really described the entirety of this event to anyone before. Not because I've been avoiding it. It's just a chapter of my life I've moved on from. Although, I suppose that's not entirely true. While the events in question had a dramatic impact on me, I haven't really thought about them in years. It's only after I began seeing a therapist that I realized they affect the choices I make on a daily basis. The reason why I'm writing this? It's a form of therapy to help me deal with the past trauma. When I was 10 years old, my Aunt Betty moved in with us. Following her divorce from a 32-year marriage, her stay lasted just until after my 11th birthday. I remember our aunt's time with us in chronological order, but also in fragmented pieces. I'll try to recount these events in as clear a manner as possible. My Aunt Betty was a tall, slender woman with big brown eyes. She had the kind of eyes that made it look like she was always staring at you. She had these abnormally large teeth that she tried to hide every time she smiled. She would often wear fringe and always had on the same large gold earrings. I remember being mesmerized by her long, thick, straight black hair, which nearly reached down to her waist. My Aunt Betty had been a writer for most of her adult life. She was fortunate enough to have her first book published when she was in her early 20s. It was a cookbook that sold extremely well and saw a modest financial success. She would often say that she found the success of her book conflicting. She wrote the book as a tribute to her grandmother, who saw cooking as a way to form a bond between her and her daughters. Our aunt explained that she felt uncomfortable with the praise of her book and was constantly being asked about a follow-up book, which was the last thing she wanted to write. Instead, she wanted to write about the psychology of the cult experience. In order to aid her in this endeavor, she pursued a formal education in psychology. Although I am unsure what level of education she obtained, unfortunately, after she finished her studies at the university, her fears of what other people would think, as well as her insecurities, held her back from pursuing her passions. At some point in the future, my Aunt Betty overcame her anxieties and made the choice to embrace her passion and write about what she loved. During this time, my Aunt Betty traveled for several years, during which she had little contact with her family. This caused quite a rift in the family, as my aunt's actions were viewed as unstable, but I am unclear why. Eventually, my aunt returned to her hometown after completing her research for future books. Her return came sooner than she intended, the main reason being that she ran out of money. The savings she had accumulated from her cookbook had dried up. Her finances got so bad that she even considered writing a follow-up to her cookbook. As she debated the next move in her life, she met her future husband. He provided her with the necessary financial support to maintain what I often heard her refer to as a sedentary lifestyle. My aunt eventually published a series of books varying in topics, but all revolving around the psychology of the cult experience. To my aunt's great disappointment, her books were considered failures and rejected by psychology professionals. My aunt never had any children of her own, but she would visit us every few years. My little brother and I could not have been more excited about the thought of her moving in with us. I think we were most excited to hear her stories. She told the most interesting stories from her travels that were full of mystery and intrigue. Her stories made us feel like we had gained access to secret knowledge that was forbidden. I remember our mother often talking sternly with our aunt about the type of stories she would share with us. I don't know why at the time, but the fact that my mother disliked our aunt sharing these types of stories made them all the more intriguing. Our aunt moved in with us in March, 2 months after my 10th birthday. For that entire first month, my aunt made sure she spoiled us with food, attention, board games, and most importantly of all, her stories. I first started to notice a change in my aunt about 3 months after she moved in. Just shortly after my brother and I went on summer break, her storytelling got a little more intense, is the only way I can describe it. The change was small enough that it probably wouldn't appear out of the ordinary to anyone else. But I'd grown familiar with my aunt's form of storytelling, the way she spoke, and her mannerisms. It was just enough of a change to make me think it was odd, but nothing more. My mother worked as a nurse in a local hospital about 45 minutes away from our home. With our aunt now staying over, she began picking up extra shifts. With my father working out of town most of the time, we rarely saw much of our parents during our aunt's time with us. But to be honest, with our aunt around, we didn't really notice. Towards the end of the summer, we started seeing less of our aunt. She would spend the majority of her time in her room with the door closed. She said she was continuing her research. Approximately 2 or 3 months after we started school in the fall, our aunt began telling us about a specific book she had written, which we hadn't previously heard about. I don't want to name the book, so I'll refer to it as the book with the owls. The book was about a cult that lived in a remote location far from prying eyes. My aunt told us about how this cult worshipped owls. I think it was a specific breed of owl, but to be honest, I don't really remember. In exchange for power of some kind, the cult would perform certain acts that were deemed as offerings to someone or something. My aunt didn't really specify. Apparently, my aunt reached out to this group, and they agreed to let her write a book about them. She spent approximately 5 months with the group, slowly gaining their trust. She did this by integrating herself into their community and joining their ritualistic events as an observer at first. Over the course of her stay, she began to participate in their rituals as a form of research in order to better understand its cult members. And one of the rituals, a group of people would lay on their backs on a pile of broken glass. Over the course of an hour, other cult members would walk over them, back and forth. I don't remember exactly what the purpose of this was, but I think my aunt said it was supposed to prepare their bodies in some manner. I asked my aunt if she participated in this ritual, and I remember her reaction to my shocked facial expression. Hesitantly at first, she admitted that she did indeed participate in this ritual. She explained how the ritual, or act, that they performed during her presence got incrementally more extreme during her stay with them. It was almost as if they were easing her into their lifestyle. By the time they got into some more of the radical acts, she was almost desensitized by them. My aunt got in real close to me and my brother as she described the events of her visit with the cult. I felt like I was the weird one for acting surprised any time they did something to push the boundaries of what I considered normal human behavior. During my visit, other cult members acted as if normalcy had a different definition, one much more radical. Eventually, I started to think like them, and I began to accept these acts as normal, my aunt explained, which was fascinating from a psychological perspective, as this was exactly what my research was about. Every day came with more excitement at what I would discover and to learn. I have to admit, these experiences fascinated me. This was my passion. I know it sounds strange, and believe me, it was strange, but it was also exciting, she said, as she shook her 2 fists in the air. Were you scared? My brother asked. She thought about it for a moment as she looked down, hesitantly to answer. I felt a peace there. she finally answered while shrugging her shoulders. These people were wonderfully nice to me, and they went out of their way to make my stay as pleasant as they could. They were wonderful hosts. Of course, they operated a little differently, but that was the entire reason why I was there, to study the psychology of their thought process, their reasons for living the way they did, and doing, well, all sorts of things. But I want to make it clear that I am in no way meaning to normalize their behavior, she said. Huh, they don't sound normal, my brother said as he laughed. No, they weren't what one would consider normal, she said as her eyes wandered around the room. My last week there, I was considering extending my stay. Things started to get very strange. By that point in time, I was accustomed to their unique and abnormal lifestyle, including their ever-increasing self-destructive rituals. That last week, things just started to feel rather different. At first, it wasn't anything in particular. It was just the way people spoke to me, the way they looked at me. I felt like these weren't the people I'd grown to know. I can't quite describe how they changed, but they changed. It felt off-putting. Anytime I walked into a room, it felt like all eyes were on me. I constantly had a lump in the back of my throat. I grew nervous. At night I couldn't sleep. Then they started to talk about a surprise they had for me, but they wouldn't tell me what it was. I grew increasingly paranoid. Every Saturday they had a special ritual, just a little more extreme than the rituals they held during the week. My last Saturday there, which was a day before I left, was the first day I felt nervous about attending one of their rituals. There was a woman named Martha that I'd grown especially close to. I tried to ask her if she knew what kind of ritual would take place that night, but she wouldn't say. Her answers were cryptic. Her personality had always been reserved, but not on this day. On this day, she appeared almost giddy as she spoke. It gave me the creeps. I convinced myself I was overreacting, so I made up my mind that I would attend the ritual, but I wouldn't participate. Depending on how things went, I would decide whether or not I would leave the next day. At this point, my aunt stopped talking, almost as she was thinking on whether or not to continue her story. And so what happened? I finally asked. After some hesitation, my aunt finally responded with a deep sigh. I attended the ritual, she finally said. It took place at midnight. The air felt amazing. Everybody was in good spirits. As we all walked towards the house the ritual would take place in, which put me somewhat at ease. As I walked in, the cult leader gently grabbed my arm with one hand while placing his other over his chest. "How are you doing?" he asked, without letting me answer. He followed by saying, "I'm very excited about tonight. I think that tonight's activities will really open your eyes to what we're all about. Although, I don't think you're ready to accept the truth that we preach. Are you? Are you ready? Why don't you join me up front? Let's find out." "I'm actually not feeling too well tonight," I told him, as I could feel my heart about to burst through my chest. He continued to look into my eyes while smiling and continued to hold my arm. He didn't say anything. I felt my hand starting to get sweaty. "Okay, maybe another time," he finally said as he let go of my arm. After he said this, I quickly took a seat and immediately started gathering my thoughts. I looked up and noticed what appeared to be 10 owls, each in their own cage. At the front of the room, Ike stood at the front talking to a few members as people continued to take their seats. Once everyone had arrived, Ike began to deliver a sermon. I don't remember the specifics, but it was intentionally cryptic. After Ike finished, the select group members at the front formed a line, as they usually did in other rituals. One by one, Ike kissed their foreheads as they proceeded to kneel on the floor across the front of the room, so that each member was looking out at the rest of the seated members of the cult. At this point, my aunt paused and bit her lip as she closed her eyes. My brother and I sat there silently, waiting for her to continue. One by one, Ike grabbed a cage and placed it in front of each member kneeled in the front of the room. Ike continued to talk, but the words he spoke escaped me at the current moment. What I do remember rather clearly is what happened next. Ike placed something in the left hand of each member. It looked like an oil of some kind. One by one, they each opened the cage and stuck their hand inside. I couldn't see what was happening from my seat. It looked like the owls were moving, but I couldn't tell what exactly was going on. Eventually, it was clear what I was looking at. There was a pool of blood that began to form under each owl. The owls were eating away at their hands. I couldn't see how much damage they were doing, but the pool of blood grew quickly. I felt like throwing up. The owls started to make noises. I don't know what kind of noises owls make, but these noises scared me. It sounded like they were screeching in excitement, or pleasure, or fear, or I don't know. I stood up from my seat out of reflex, tried to get out, but the people sitting at each side of me wouldn't move. They were transfixed on what was happening up front. I sat back down and closed my eyes, unsure of what to do next. My breath grew heavy as I continued hearing these awful noises. It was like I had lost all senses, except for my hearing, which continued to intensify and grew increasingly aware of the sounds coming from the owls. Without looking, my mind made sense of what I was hearing, as my mind involuntarily formed a picture of what was happening in front of me. I soon realized the sounds that I was hearing were the owls chewing on what sounded like bone. But there was no sound coming from the cult members, no screaming, no crying, just silence. I stood up from my seat once more and forced myself out of the aisle. I walked towards the door as fast as I could. I walked out of the house, unsure if anyone noticed. I went straight to bed, unsure of what else to do. I laid in bed for a few hours with my adrenaline still rushing through me. Eventually, I heard the rest of my housemates come in. One of them came up next to my bed and whispered, "Hey, hey, hey," a few times. I ignored them and hoped with all my might that they would just go away. Hey, hey. After a couple more minutes, they finally stopped. I don't know how much time had passed before I eventually fell asleep. The next morning I got up, and it was as if nothing had happened. Nobody mentioned anything about the ritual, or asked why I had walked off. I said my goodbyes and left later that day. "Freaky," my brother said. "Was the owl thing the surprise they were talking about?" I asked my aunt. "I don't know. I don't think that was a surprise," she responded. "I honestly think that event was rather normal, not frequent, but nothing they hadn't seen before. I don't know what the surprise was, but I'm glad I didn't find out." "If you had gone up front, what would you have done?" my brother asked. "You know," she started, "I guess I would have walked out, but at the same time, the level of indoctrination, even in my short time there, was quite impressive." Over the course of the next few months, my aunt slowly divulged additional aspects of her research and other books she had written. By February of the following year, my aunt would meet with me and my brother daily, and we would dig into her research and exchange ideas on human behavior. She would use medical terminology we didn't understand and would talk to us like her peers. Looking back now, we had no idea what we were talking about. The change in my aunt happened incrementally, and I suppose it's for that reason why I stopped noticing them. She was frantic in her speech and demeanor, and even her appearance. She would often walk back and forth as she spoke, almost as if delivering her dissertation, desperate for our approval. Even when we would fully agree with what she was saying, she would increasingly speak louder to us, desperate to convince us of her arguments. Her energy was contagious, and I would get in shouting matches with her. I don't think I even knew what I was arguing about exactly, but the energy she exuded was picked up by my brother and I. This was our nightly routine. I can't speak for my brother, but it had become an obsession for me. My life revolved around her stories, and during that period, it felt like there was nothing more important in my life. May 25th, a week after we went on summer break, our aunt called us into her room. We began with our daily bantering, which had become routine by this point. After what seemed like an hour of ramblings, our aunt's speech became incoherent, but I don't think I really noticed at the time. She began to explain how part of her envied the type of individuals who could give their whole life over to a cult. As her demeanor began to change once more, she began to say things that didn't make sense, but I guess we were too young to notice. By this point, we were just as delusional as she was. Who wouldn't want to snap their fingers and change their fundamental personality in the blink of an eye, she said. In my youth, I was so close-minded, I was arrogant, yet so immature. I knew so little. If I could go back now, I would have done things much more differently. In order to fully understand the psychology of cult experience, you can't just sacrifice part of yourself, you have to sacrifice your entire being. You see, they thought I went too far. I didn't go far enough. That's why I'm a failure, she said as she paced back and forth. Can't you get a do-over? My brother asked. Yes, I suppose I could, my aunt explained. Come, closer, close your eyes. Now concentrate, she yelled. If we can harness the power of our minds, we can will anything to be. My aunt began screaming at the top of her lungs, which startled me at first, but soon my brother and I began screaming as well. We were screaming in excitement as we were absorbed into her delusion. Concentrate, my aunt yelled. Take us back, she yelled. We all began to yell this phrase over and over, and I felt as if I had been transported into another dimension. In those few minutes, my body felt weightless, and my mind felt free. I heard my aunt and brother start to screech like owls. I joined them. I screeched and screeched as loud as I could. As the three of us jumped up and down, full of excitement that we were on the verge of discovering something big, I continued screeching, and I suddenly felt as if I was about to grow wings. So I willed my body to grow wings as I concentrated harder and screeched at the top of my lungs as loud as I could. Only something strange happened. The screeching began to sound different, off in some way. I opened my eyes and saw my aunt biting chunks of my brother's hand clean off his arm. Half of his hand appeared to be gone. There was blood everywhere. My brother had been fighting back, but he suddenly fell back in resignation. I looked at my brother's face, and it was one of pain and shock. He was no longer screaming. He was now looking at me, as if he was confused why I wasn't helping him. But I couldn't move. I just stood there, frozen in place, staring at my aunt as she finished her meal, all the while still screeching like an owl. It's been 6 days, 6 long and agonizing days, and that horrible screaming has not stopped, slowed, or silenced. I have tried to ignore it. I've tried to move on with my life and move forward with things I need to do. But it seems like the screaming just keeps going and going no matter the time of day. It is, for lack of a better word, unending. Let me step back and explain a few things. Maybe that would be for the best. I live in an apartment complex, floor 3, apartment J. I lived here for most of my adult life, and I've managed to keep to myself and enjoy my life of solitude and independence. I prefer it that way. I prefer not having to deal with other people, mostly because the more people you add to an equation, the more likely it is to become problematic. I've seen my neighbors a few times, and I say hi to them. When they pass me in the halls, sure. But honestly, I just want to enjoy my time at home, alone, sitting in my living room watching TV and eating whatever frozen foods I have on hand. It's a simple life, one that most people would shun, but it works for me. Besides, why should I care about my neighbors? They likely won't live here very long. Most people leave after their initial 2-year lease is up. A lot of people seem to think that the property manager doesn't do enough around here, or that they think they aren't kind, or whatever BS people nowadays want to throw out about their landlords. I look at it this way. I pay my rent on time, and they leave me the hell alone. I'm handy enough to fix most of my own problems, and they know it, so it's a win-win. Like I said, I've been here for around 25 years, and I've dealt with a lot of people that I personally don't care about. But as of late, things have been getting out of hand. 6 days ago, at exactly 3 in the morning, the screaming started. Now, I don't mean screaming like arguing. I mean guttural screeching. Deep, throat level, agonizing screaming. The kind of screaming that comes from someone bending your arm the wrong way until your shoulder joint snaps out of its socket. That kind of screaming. I know the exact time it started, because that's when it woke me up. I was sound asleep when I heard it clear as day. I, of course, jumped out of bed and banged on the wall of the adjoining apartment in an attempt to get them to realize that they were being loud. Of course, it did absolutely nothing. They just kept screaming. I decided I would go over in the morning and give them a piece of my mind, and that I would try to go back to sleep. I might have dozed off once or twice for a few minutes, but nothing substantial. Every time I woke up, the screaming would still be there. The final time I woke up and decided to stay awake for the day, sometime around 6:30, I thought I heard another scream join into the fray. After about an hour, that thought turned to certainty. There were then 2 people screaming as loud as they could. 2 people doing everything in their power to destroy the peace and quiet that I was used to. At this point, I'd had enough. I was certain that the screaming, well, the initial screaming, was coming from apartment I, the one directly to the left of mine. I put on enough clothing to protect myself from indecent exposure, threw on my slippers, and grabbed the doorknob to angrily yank the door open. Except, the door didn't move. I twisted the knob. I watched the mechanism slip out of what was holding it. But, no matter how hard I pulled on the door, it was steadfast. I double-checked the deadbolt. It was unlocked. I slowly turned the handle, and again verified that the little metal thing was retracting. But still, no movement. I could see the light seeping into my apartment through the door frame, so it wasn't like someone built a wall around my door when I wasn't paying attention, or something. I thought that maybe something was wrong with the frame. Maybe the wood had swelled with the weather. Maybe the foundation was starting to give out and my door was bearing the brunt of the pressure. I figured that giving the door a good hard slam with my weight could break it loose. So, that's what I did. I rammed it with my shoulder, and nothing. The door refused to budge. My slamming into it, kicking it, pounding it, none of it did a damn thing to the integrity of that door. Exhausted and in a bit of pain from repeatedly colliding with the door, I relented. It wasn't moving, and there was nothing that I could do to fix that. I leaned against the door and tried to catch my breath. I decided that then would be a good time to look through the peephole to see if maybe something had happened in the hallway. I moved in and stared out into the hall of my building and was confused. There was no door across the hallway. There was no door where apartment L should be. The marking was still there to show where the apartment should be, but there was no door at all. It was as if they had removed the door and filled in the spot with the drywall, then painted it. Obviously, this wouldn't have been possible. I would have heard them doing so and noticed the maintenance people working on it. Plus, why would they shut off an entire apartment like that? The more I thought about it, the less it made sense. So, in the end, I had to stop thinking about it. I stepped away and threw myself in my recliner and just stared out into the foggy morning. I could see the street from my apartment, but it appeared to be barren. There were no cars or people out walking. It was the emptiest I had ever seen it personally. I couldn't make out the faces of the other buildings through the fog, but I could at least see the silhouettes. Not that it mattered if I couldn't leave my apartment. I sat there, just staring out at the fog as it rolled in and kept going. Then, the fact that I have a cell phone clicked in my mind. I got up, went back to my bedroom to grab my phone. It wasn't until I attempted to turn on the screen that something occurred to me. None of the lights were on anywhere in my apartment. The fact that my phone wasn't functioning, no matter what I did, verified this for me. I had no power. My apartment had plenty of windows, so it was well lit by the morning light. But none of the lights were working. None of the outlets had power. It was as if someone had flipped the breakers to the apartment. And maybe they had. The problem with that is that the breakers are in the utility closet that you could only access from the hallway. And I was stuck in my apartment. At first I was annoyed, angry, determined to scream at someone for playing this annoying trick on me. I was further enraged by that damn screaming that was coming from my neighbor's place, and now 3 other people that had joined him in this ear-piercing song. I returned to my chair and watched the day pass. My mind was almost as foggy as the clearing outside my window. I had no idea how I was going to get out of this situation other than wait for someone to rescue me. Surely someone had to be working on the solution to this problem somewhere. There's no way the police weren't already looking into the people screaming. There's no way that my neighbors, at least the ones that weren't screaming and weren't the poor souls potentially trapped in apartment L, hadn't already made a phone call to someone out there to look into the noise. My next door neighbor was the first to start screaming, so when they investigate the situation, they are bound to come up the stairs. When I heard them, I would just bang on my door for their attention and explain what's going on. Surely that would work out for me. That's what I honestly thought for the first 2 days. For nearly 48 hours, I sat in my recliner and watched the days pass by the fog never lifting or clearing, and the entire time I watched, I didn't see a single person walking by, not a single car driving down the road. Nothing. All I saw was light that was filtered by the dense fog, then the darkness of night. As strange as it was, I wasn't hungry at all. I'm the type that eats in a panic, so I figured I would want food, but with no power, I couldn't heat anything up. I think I ate some bread and peanut butter on day 2, but I don't recall. It wasn't until day 4 that I started thinking that maybe, just maybe, things weren't going to change. By this point, I could no longer differentiate the sound of the screams. I have no idea how many people were screaming, who they were, where they were. All I knew was that the screaming was loud, unbearable, and closing my eyes would only seem to make it louder. Like it was coming from my room, or like it was seeping into my skull and echoing through my ears. So, with that, sleep wasn't an option, no matter how much I needed it. Lack of sleep can do crazy things to your head. You start to have weird thoughts. You start to see things out of the corner of your eyes. You start to hear strange noises. Not to say that the screaming wasn't weird in and of itself. At first, I started to wonder if there was something keeping me in my apartment. Maybe like a wall. The more I stared at the spot where my neighbor's door used to be, I started to wonder if maybe they had done the same thing to my door. Maybe they had managed to put up a wall without me noticing. But how would you explain my ability to see into the halls? Simple. They left a peephole uncovered to taunt me, to let me see what was out there, to see what they had done to the others, to torture me. That had to be what was happening. It had to be. The problem with this became, what the hell do you do if you're faced with this situation? Clearly, the material they used for the exterior was of superior quality. I couldn't get my door to move at all. Then, on day 5, the plan hatched. I had 2 options to attempt the escape. The first one was the easiest of the 2, so I decided it would be plan B. That is, to break the window and attempt to climb down the building. The problem with that was that I was on the 3rd floor, and it was certain to hurt if I messed up and fell. Thus, I moved on with plan A, which was to break through the inner wall and into my neighbor's apartment. If nothing else, if this was some sort of sick prank, I'd get to damage his walls and yell at him when I got through. Step 1, find a hammer, which was already going to be an issue. I don't have a hammer in my apartment. All of my tools were in my truck, which was downstairs in the parking garage. I started digging through drawers, cabinets, and everything I had for storage to find something heavy enough to break through the wall. The closest thing I had was a meat tenderizer and a kitchen knife. And while that may not sound like it would be effective, it would be enough. If I could damage the drywall with a tenderizer, maybe I could cut through the drywall with a knife. I went to my bedroom and started on my plan. I smacked the wall as hard as I could. I put all the strength I could muster into each and every swing, only to be met with 0 in the ways it results. No matter how much I hit the wall, how much damage I should have been causing, nothing was happening. I threw the small hammer off to the side and started trying to drive the knife into the wall, trying to cut it, scratch it, or do anything that I could to damage it. But again, nothing happened, no matter what I did. I couldn't damage the wall. I tried this process on every wall of my apartment, and the results never changed. The walls were seemingly impervious to damage. I shook this off. I moved forward with Plan B, breaking the window. At this point, I didn't care if I broke my arm or whatever. I would jump out if I had to. I returned to my living room and to the large bay window that loomed over my street. I took the meat tenderizing hammer and I started beating on the window. No matter how many times I hit it, no matter how much it should have been shattering, it didn't. I grabbed my lamp and threw it at the window. The glass lamp shattered. The window didn't. I tried everything I could through the night to break through any point of my apartment, but my efforts were all in vain. The thought of never escaping this hell was finally taking me over. I was stuck. There was nothing I could do to get out, and this is where I was going to die. I sat in my recliner again, just staring at the night as it started to give way to the morning. The fog that had seemingly haunted the grounds for the last few days was even more dense than it had been. I couldn't make out the silhouettes of the buildings anymore. I couldn't see the road. All I could see was a thick layer of haze, of white clouds that were engulfing everything in my vision. As I sat there and watched the night shift to morning, only by the fact that it was slightly brighter outside, I started to see something. At first, I wasn't sure what it was, and I thought maybe these past 6 days have been enough to drive me to the edge. But it started to become more clear the harder I looked. I stood up and walked over the window, stepping over pieces of the lamp and other detritus, and stopping with my face against the glass. I kept my eyes on the fog, but slowly, very slowly, an outline of a pair of eyes started to come into focus, based on their location in the fog. Whatever it was these glowing red eyes belonged to was large, nearly the size of the neighboring buildings. I kept my focus on them. They started to glow brighter as they stared back at me. And then I noticed it wasn't just one pair of eyes that were watching me in the fog. No, it was dozens. The outline of each eye slowly took shape. I could see the dark red glow from each one, and I could feel that they were staring at me, despite their size, despite there being so many of them. I knew they were staring straight at me. They were watching me, and they were focused solely on me. As the seconds ticked away, the fog felt like it was starting to dissolve. At least enough for me to see what creature it was that I was having a staring contest with. And as my eyes pulled in the scene in front of me, as my brain slowly painted the visual and imprinted it upon my memory, the only thing I could think to do was scream. So, I was a freshman in high school, and I didn't have many friends there. One of my only friends was Vanessa. Me and her were the nerdy kids in school. We had a very high GPA average, and we were the top 2 in our class. I didn't mind that I wasn't one of the cool kids. No, who am I kidding? I did. But then I realized that I've got to be myself and pursue what I thought was cool. If that didn't make me cool, then so what? I would just have to deal with that and still live my life. I liked hanging around Vanessa because she was someone who also liked to excel in school, think about the future, and most of all, because she could also talk circles around most people when it came to the outer space matters. Yep, we both love space and all things about it. Me and her would often go to the local library in our simple town in West Virginia and get just about every book we could on the subject. Then we would also go out into nature and look at the stars as much as we could. I, Jason, had a little telescope that I'd gotten from my grandfather. We were not really able to use it here in town because of all the light pollution. We were in a rather large city in West Virginia and had to go into the natural space to genuinely immerse ourselves in the expansive world of outer space. You wouldn't believe it, but we would drive out a little ways, about 30 minutes or so, just to get out of the lights of the big town. That is why we went to a nature preserve known as the Bloody Moon Forest in the evening when it was mostly dark out. It was fun because we would set up the telescope and also have our favorite podcast, Beyond the Stars, with Bill Bilson. I'd bring along my Bluetooth speaker to amplify the volume from my phone so that we could hear Bill Bilson loud and clear. Vanessa started to call him BB for short, and I thought that was cool. So I started saying the same thing too. BB was great. He was one of the only people that would actually spend quite a bit of time doing research on all things space and present that to the space-loving community. He was always interesting because he would bring on different guests that did cool things like building reusable rocket companies or spent time on the International Space Station. BB also had a call-in line where people called in and asked a few questions. He did the podcast live and gave out the number to call and ask these questions. It was funny because a few of these questions would irritate Bill Bilson, and he would go on these rants about how he was doing the podcast to ensure that everyone is on the same page when it comes to space. So, if someone asked a question he answered in the past, he would say something like, "You can find that answer in another one of my podcasts. Thank you." At times, he wasn't as polite, but he could do whatever he wanted. That was his show. I always wanted to ask a question on the show, but did not know what to ask. This time, I was like, why am I waiting so long? I should ask him something today. I thought about it for a minute, and then it came to me. I would ask him about some of the tests that had been done to go to Mars, and another question about the moon. It rings, and rings, and rings, and then I hear, "Hello, this is Bill Bilson. You're on the air. What's your name there, caller? And where are you calling from?" I said, "Why, this is Jason, and I'm calling from West Virginia." "Well, what is your question there?" Bill Bilson says. I said, "Well, how come we have never gone back to the moon?" Bill Bilson says, "Great question, Jason. The last time we went to the moon was in December 1972 as a part of the Apollo 17 program. That is where U.S. astronauts were able to collect moon rocks, capture photos, and conduct a few experiments on the moon. Of course, our U.S. astronauts also planted flags before coming back home to this beautiful planet. Unfortunately, we didn't leave a station with people on the moon. Instead, more than 35 years after the moon landing, we are yet to go back. Now, the recent Vice President Mike P. did go ahead and announce that we would have U.S. astronauts on the moon by 2024. That is supposed to be exciting, because women will finally lay their feet on the lunar surface too. It is supposed to take place as part of the Artemis program, but I don't think the moon landing is going to happen by 2024. Why? It takes tons and tons of federal money, but as you can see, that's not going to be possible because the government has been busy spending the money elsewhere, from stimulus payments to food stamps and other programs. Where are they going to get the money from investing in the space program? Then there is another issue. There could be quite a bit of political risk that's attached to the space program, But NASA has large ambitions to make the moon as another station within the next decade. We need more commitment and pressure on the slow-moving, unimaginative government to invest in scientific programs, innovation, and overall coolness. You know how cool a base on the moon would be? A lunar space station? Well, we could have had it quite a bit a while ago, but those bastards in DC are twiddling their thumbs, just waiting for another excuse to spend money on something stupid. I mean, for Christ's sake, it only takes 3 days to get to the moon. It would be the best idea and most logical to establish a permanent human resource station there. Then, that allows us to create more, learn more, and add to human knowledge, and test to venture even more into space. A fucking lunar base could help in so many different ways, but those bigwigs in DC don't understand the value of fuel deposits for deep space missions, or the need to discover more about Mars. Did you know that investing in equipment and programs for a permanent moon station would allow us to solve more problems surrounding our origins and the mysteries that we have yet to solve? Not to mention the fact that it could generate an off-world economy. But what is stopping us from doing all this? The fact that these nincompoops in Washington can't get their act together to do something genuinely interesting and helpful. The military gets about $680 billion per year, while NASA's budget in the past years was $21.5 billion. I mean, come on! Ever since 1965, NASA's piece of that sweet federal funding has gone down from 4% of the federal budget to only 0.4% of that federal budget. Yes, going to the moon would cost around $104 billion if we want to have a manned exploration venture. So, unless these people want to actually invest and commit the federal funding, then we're just whistling Dixie here. Finally, yes, I concede that the lunar surface does come with a harsh environment, and it may not be the best place for humans to thrive and succeed. From its many craters and boulders that cause issues for safe landings, then another issue is that Rygoth, or moon dust. This moon dust is all over the moon, duh, and can vary in its layers in different parts of the moon. The issue is that it is electrostatically charged due to its interactions with solar winds, and it can be quite harmful to suits, ships, and systems. But handling problems in space takes place when we have the funding, the brains, and the resources to tackle these problems. We can spend long durations and create long-term habitats, but we must solve these minor problems with the dust and other matters. Oh, one more thing. We have to deal with issues like sunlight. The lunar surface can become what people call a boiling hellscape for around 14-day sessions. Why is this? There's no protective atmosphere like we have on Earth. Then, the next 14-day session can be total darkness. But that is what makes the moon so fantastic. It serves as one of the best grounds to learn how to live on another planetary body that is not our own. The knowledge we gain from living on the moon can help us live on other hellish landscapes, like Mars. Then Bill Bilson says, "Well, does that answer your questions there, Jason?" "I say you've more than answered my question there, Mr. Bilson." He says, "Great! Well, that's all the time we have for tonight, folks. Go ahead and be sure to keep watching the skies with your host, Bill Bilson, BB, signing off." "Well," Jason says, "Vanessa, that host sure does seem to know a lot, don't you think?" I ignore her and say, "I wonder if it's possible to get a private meeting with this Mr. Bill Bilson. How are you going to do that when we have school during the day? And plus, he works in the big Texas, says Vanessa. Don't worry about that, Vanessa. I'll figure it out, and we'll make it happen. Are you down or not? You betcha I'm down, Vanessa says. I say, we should tell them about the strange stuff we have been seeing around this forest here in town. Vanessa says, oh, come on, Jason. Like, he will know anything about our forest we have here. I mean, not too many people have heard of the Bloody Moon Forest. What would he know about our nature preserve here? Jason says, I think that they might have. Have you forgotten about the spacecraft that landed there in 1962? How about how some of the trees over there only grow red leaves, and the bark was also red? Like, when you would cut into it, it would start to bleed, and the other plants around were mostly withering away. Anyway, let's head back to town. What do you say there, Vanessa? Sure, let's head back. It's getting kind of dark. The crazy part was there was not many creatures around in the area, mostly deer and wild hogs. But there were also a lot of little bugs crawling around on the forest floor. You really could not take a step without hearing a crunch or a squish. We always had a fun time cleaning it off the bottom of our shoes. I loved using sticks that we found nearby to get them off. There are also quite a bit of bats that were present in the area as well. They would mostly swoop down and try to bite your ears. Not many people would come to this forest because it was kind of hard to get to it. You have to hike about 4 miles to get to this forest after parking your car. After you walk for a bit, you will notice that the forest becomes dead all of a sudden. It then gives a certain type of energy that makes you feel like the hairs on the back of your neck are standing up. You know, like when there's a cold chill that runs down your spine. I swore I could hear whispers in the wind. It sounded like a woman crying for help. I turned around and looked back. It was just Vanessa, with her blonde hair waving in the wind. I asked her if she heard that weird noise. Like, it was a cry for help. She nodded and we both ran back to the car as quick as we could. It took us around 30 minutes, but we did get back to the car. We're both a little sweaty and hungry now. We start to pack up our telescope to put in the car. Then, when we're about to put it in our trunk, we see a bright light shoot across the sky. I think it's a shooting star, but it's not. It just goes straight up into the sky. How strange. So, we get in the car, and we try to start it, but it does not turn on. Well, that's not good. I give the gas a little push while starting it, and then it fires up. Then we head back in town and stop at Lucy's 24-hour diner to talk about what we had just seen. As we are pulling in, we see a couple cops zoom past with the sirens blaring. We both say, "What's that all about?" We shrug and are about to walk in when a SWAT team rolls on right behind us. We're startled, but we are still hungry, so we get to the counter and order a black coffee with 2 eggs, toast, hash browns, and a triple stack of pancakes. Vanessa says, "I will have the same." Well, looks like you two got quite the appetite there. Maybe a little puff puff pass, eh? The waitress, Paris, a pretty young buxom brunette, says, No, we don't smoke. We're straight edge, okay? Jason says. Jason turns to Vanessa and gives her a wary smile. That's when we hear a few of the conversations in the diner. A scruffy-looking man talks to his friends and says, "What's with all those SWAT teams and police officers there? Is there like a bomb situation out there somewhere?" Others also look up from their meals for a bit and then go back to their respective conversations. Vanessa turns to Jason and says, "So, Jason, that was pretty strange what happened tonight in the forest, eh?" "I know, Vanessa. Keep it down. I don't want people to hear us." Ashley keeps talking. I see out of the corner of my eye 2 men walk in wearing black suits, and they sit at the opposite side of us. They have a clear view of me and Vanessa, and we see them requesting something from Paris, the buxom brunette waitress. She brings over a bag of salt, and then both of the men get big handfuls and start licking their hands. Now, here's the strange part. I see their tongues, and they are both split. They have like a snake-like formation. You know, split and forked. Then I heard them ask for more salt, and when the waitress said that's all the salt we have, they got very angry and grabbed the waitress by her brunette hair. And we don't know what they said to her, but when she went back to a standing position, she was all like in a catatonic state and walked over to us and refilled my cup of coffee. But this time, she overfilled it and it spilled all over the table. The coffee spills on the floor, and the waitress went head over feet and spills the coffee everywhere. And then she walks back to the men in black and asks if they are going to order anything else. They responded with, "Yes, we will now take an order of 50 pancakes." Paris, the waitress, says, "All right, would you like coffee?" The men in black respond, "Yes, we would, and more salt." Paris, the waitress, responds, "I'm sorry, but we don't have any more." The men in black respond and say, "Fine, hurry, fetch the pancakes on the double." I look at Vanessa and say, "Whoa, that's rude." Then I'm like, "Whoa, 50 pancakes? What's the deal over there? I wonder what these guys are smoking. I would definitely want some of that." Vanessa gets up and goes to the bathroom, and I'm just sitting there alone, watching these 2 strange men just straight inhale these pancakes without chewing at all. They open up their mouth just as wide as the pancake. Indeed, it was quite a sight to see. I was intrigued and frightened all at the same time. Then Vanessa walks past them as they are eating their pancakes with their wide mouths. She looks into their glasses and sees strange eyes, not of mankind. But Vanessa did not have the strength to tell Jason about this new insight. She decided to keep it to herself before joining him back at the table. I'm watching Vanessa, and she looks a little startled, but I'm like maybe something is not sitting right with her stomach. I look at the clock, and it's about 3 a.m. How time flies when you're at a 24-hour diner restaurant. Whoa, it's pretty late. Don't you think it's time we start heading back? Eh, Jason? I say, "No, I don't want to head out just yet. Let's go ahead and see what these 2 guys are going to do in their suits." She looks kind of intrigued and says, "All right, Jason, I guess we can wait it out for a little bit longer. Something is up with these 2. Vanessa looks like she wants to say more, but holds back. So we wait at the diner till the sun almost starts to come up over the horizon. That's when we see the 2 men ask the waitress for their checks. Ashley heads over to get their check. I say, "Hey, let's give those guys in the suits a tail and see where they might be heading off to. I want to see if there's anything more I can find out about them." So Vanessa says, "Well, let's at least get a coffee to go. I don't want to be out there without any energy. I barely got any sleep." I say, "All right, we can do that." We order the coffee to go and get in our car. Then we see that they are driving a blacked out SUV with no plates on there at all. They head out in their SUV, and I get behind them, but not too close, to where they notice us. So we were driving along for about an hour or so when we come across a strange road that I nor her had ever seen before. It was strange because we had both lived in this town for our whole lives, and we both knew it like the back of our hand. We had thought that we knew everything about this town, but I guess there are some roads that have been unexplored. Then we go across an old dirt road with a river running over it, but there was no bridge at all. We have never seen or heard about these dirt roads or rivers in our town, and we swear we have been in all the nature areas. We've been everywhere. I looked at both sides and see it goes like 50 feet down. It does not make any sense. What is happening here? Where did all these natural surroundings and new buildings come from? It was quite a sight to see. I did not think we had anything like this around here. I was like, what in the heck? Are we going over a darn volcano or something like that? I was not sure, but it was creepy. Sure enough, we could smell sulfur coming through the car air vent. So, I tell her to turn it off, and we start to hear loud pops. And then, all of a sudden, both tires pop in the front, and then the back ones go. So now, we got to get out and walk towards the buildings that they had parked their car at. Well, it looks like we're walking from here, I say. Good thing we're wearing our hiking boots. Well, I guess we got one good thing going. Got the right boots on for the job, but still got to cover your mouth with a cloth because that smell was so bad. Now, as we're walking towards the building, we both begin to lose our sight, and then we both pass out. Hours later, we wake up in a room. We both start to pull the straps off our bodies and take a look. We both see a door with a strange handle that we have not seen before. It's like you have to stick your whole hand into it. So I stick my whole hand into the door. At first, there is a little pressure, and then a poke and a sting. The door opens, and we are left with a window. The window is overlooking out somewhere in the vastness of outer space. But where are we? Vanessa says, I have no idea, but it looks like we are in some kind of simulation of some sort. Then, Vanessa starts to glitch. I am making this post because I want to help my fellow truckers. Hopefully word gets around. I know we see a lot of stuff, but this is different. I've been trucking for less than a year when this happened. I just gotten used to the long hours and how to occupy my time. Mostly, I listen to horror stories and VTubers. PA Nightmares, Seraphine, The Midnight Bard, Madam Raven, and Milky Way being my favorites. Always someone or something to listen to, you know? So at the time, I thought perhaps I had stayed up a little too late listening to one of them, or something, because I saw a huge, shadowy black dog run across 4 lanes of traffic, and no one on the road seemed to react to it, despite it looking like it could have sideswiped over a dozen cars doing so. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, and it was gone. Just gone. Well, I decided I had been up for too long, and decided to pull over until the next truck stop I could. The place I found was a nice little area, room for several rigs to park, pumps catering just to them, and a little diner. So, after taking a minute to update my logbooks, I headed into the diner. Might as well get some food before sleeping, right? So I get in, and it is about what you expect of a small-town diner, and it was pretty packed though. I took it to mean they had good food. I placed my order, and I sat down to wait on it, and an older man came up to me, looking to be about in his 50s or so.
Hey there. Mind if an old trucker joins you? Not many places to sit,
he said with a soft, tired smile. Sure, I just got in myself, I said, gesturing for him to sit. He did, and as he did, I asked him on a whim, Say, have you heard of any accidents out there involving a big black dog? He got a look of concern on his wizened face.
No. Why? You seen one, son?
Yeah, the thing ran across 4 lanes of traffic, a bit ahead of my rig, but no one seemed to notice it but me. I was wondering if it maybe escaped from somewhere or had caused an accident since I pulled over. He took a sip of his coffee before replying,
Good thing you did, 'cause you may not be as tired as you think you are.
I raised an eyebrow as a waitress brought out my food. Thank you, ma'am, I said with a nod to her. How did you know I thought I was just tired? Taking a bite of his biscuits and gravy before replying this time.
Well, that is what my buddy thought when we saw it years ago. I take it you've never heard of the Black Dog, son?
Nope, can't say I have. Which was odd, because between all the horror and cryptid vids I listened to, I thought I had just heard about everything.
A pity, but I can't say I'm surprised. Not many truckers sit and talk as we are now. It used to be much more common, but tech has made it less so. With that, there's been less stories shared and some knowledge lost, it seems. Let me tell you about the Black Dog and the story that happened to me and my buddy of mine,
he said, pushing his fork around his plate a little before actually taking another bite.
The Big Black Dog is a trucking myth, a real sentient omen, or something. It is said if you see it, you either need to pull over as soon as you can, or you will die. Or, sometimes if you see it, it is too late. You're going to die. Others say it takes seeing it 3 times before the fatal accident occurs. It was 3 times for my buddy and me. We were doing a quick cross-country haul. One of those paired drivers, no stop to sleep details, you know. So I was driving, it was late at night, and down a stretch of lonely desert highway, not a car on the road. Now, my buddy was about to get some sleep while I drove, and we saw it dash across the highway. We looked at each other, and we both knew the question. I must be more tired than I thought, he said to me. I wanted it to be tiredness, but I knew better. Someone told me of the Black Dog, as I'm telling you now. So I said back to him, You're not as tired as you think you are. I'll sell it too. And I think we both know what it was.
Don't be so suspicious. It was a coyote, nothing more,
he retorted back. And I said to him, You know, you don't really believe that. We should pull over and wait until morning. Now, the thing you need to understand is that we were getting paid well for this haul. And there was a bonus the faster we got it delivered. Now, my buddy, he has a kid in the way, new wife, and a new house. He could have really used the money. I think that is why we pushed so hard on this one. So, he said to me,
Look, if you just be extra careful, it will be fine. There is not a car on the road, after all, and not a thing round for miles.
I don't like it, but I'm willing to chance fate for my buddy. Besides, one time was not supposed to kill you, so I agreed. Fine, get some rest in. So I continued driving. Now, I drove for a good while. Must have been something like 8 or 9 hours. At that point, I was hungry and had to go to the bathroom. Now, also around that time, my buddy woke up. I told him we were going to make a pit stop for some food and such, then change up. Well, we drove chatting for about a half an hour and saw it again. This time, I turned my head away from the highway for a second, and it was in the middle of it. I turned to my buddy to see if he saw it. His eyes were wide, but when I looked back, it was gone. I made up my mind then. We were stopping for the day at the rest stop up ahead. Well, at least I thought we were going to anyways.
At that moment, my food came. The waitress brought my food and my bill, as well as the bill of my companion. She smiled and set it down. There you go. Enjoy, fellas. Thank you, ma'am, I replied.
Thank you.
My companion simply replied before eating more of his food and continuing as I began to eat mine.
So, we arrived at the truck stop about 45 minutes later, and I was glad to pull over. But as I did, I saw it again. It was sitting next to the highway, just as one would pull out of the truck stop. I pointed it out to my buddy, but he insisted it was just a big dog. Looking back, I wondered if he was hard-headed or afraid. Doesn't matter, I guess. So he pulled in, and my buddy went to get out, but I stopped him. Hold there for a minute. We need to have a word. You saw it, same as me. Not once, but 3 times. You know what that means. We can't continue. Bonus be damned. It ain't worth our lives.
No, we can do it. We just need to be careful. Get more sleep. It's a series of coincidences, and us being tired and hungry. Nothing more. I ain't gonna let some superstition cheat me out of that bonus. You know damn well I need it with a kid on the way.
Yeah, and your kid and your wife need you more than the money.
He sighed. Look, can we talk about this after we get some food in us? We will have a minute or two to calm down.
Fine. I hope you come to your senses by then. We both went to the restroom. We went to get some hot food out of McDonald's, and we sat there and ate. It must have been about 10 minutes or so. Now, while we were eating, I had cooled down. I had decided I wasn't going any further. I would get a room at the motel across the road and find a way home if I had to, but I would not travel anymore for at least a full day. So when we finished eating, my buddy asked,
So, what do you say? Ready to hit the road again and finish this?
No.
What do you mean, no?
Just that. I ain't going anywhere until this time tomorrow.
Come on. You gonna let superstition get in the way now? Sooner we get gone, the sooner we get this done and over with.
Looking back, I kinda wish I'd fought harder. Made him stay, you know? I kinda regret what I said and not doing it now. At the time, it seemed like the right thing to do. Look, I know you need that bonus, but I can't go with you. If you want to go, you go without me. I'll get a room here and wait for you. You can have my half of the bonus, but I ain't going. Not this time. He sighed again. I don't know if it was frustration or resignation, but the last thing he said to me was,
Fine. Wait here. I will be back in a couple of days to pick you up.
As you probably guessed by now, he never did. I waited a solid week, and nothing. I ended up calling our destination, and they were shocked to hear from me. My buddy never made the delivery. Turns out he was under an overpass when the whole thing collapsed on him. The shipment was half destroyed. The cab was a total wreck. It was assumed, pending an investigation, that we had both died. I caught a ride back home and used the insurance money to get a new rig. Never found out what happened to my buddy's family, but there it is.
I stared at him for a second, finishing my food as he went back to eating. Sorry to hear about your friend. He nodded his thanks. Thank you for telling me. I had no idea.
Sure thing, son,
he said as he finished up.
Do me and my buddy a favor. Tell others you meet about the black dog. Maybe you'll save a life.
He began to get up and put money on the table. Sure thing. I stopped. Let me get this. Least I can do for you telling me your story and saving my life. He smiled, a tired smile.
Thank you. You should get some rest. Hang about here for a day or two and be safe out there.
I put my money on the table, covering our meals and a good tip. You too, man. You too. That was the story he told me. If you are reading this post or hearing this story and you are a trucker, take note. It could save your life.
Duncan walked into the office of the supervising bishop, ready to tell him the story of Michael and the events that transpired upon his arrival at the house. Duncan started telling his story. Pulling into the driveway of the small 2-story Pennsylvania farmhouse, I had a sense of doubt and uncertainty as to why I was there. The outside was nothing special, just painted white with a blue tin roof. The place looked normal enough and did not give off any negative energies. However, you told me I was needed there, and as a priest, you go where you're needed. I slowly walked up the stone path that led to a set of concrete stairs and proceeded to knock on the front door. After 3 loud knocks, the door opened. A young man in his early 30s with dirty blonde hair and 2 different colored eyes opened the door. His greeting was warm and friendly, but behind those eyes, there was a pain and sadness. This man was tired and looked defeated. He was clearly in need of some help, and this piqued my interest.
Ah, you must be the priest I've been waiting for. So nice to meet you. I hope you didn't have too much trouble finding the place. Please, come in.
No, not at all. I always enjoy driving through the country. It's a nice change of pace from the busyness of the city. The name's Duncan. It's a pleasure to meet you. The young man then moved aside, stretching out his arm as an indicator that I may enter the home, and introduced himself as Michael. The house was very cozy and orderly on the inside. Closing the front door, Michael walked ahead, ushering me through a set of double doors that led to his office, which gave it an appearance of long worked hours.
This would give us some privacy from the other people in the house,
Michael said to me. I could clearly hear them talking in the next room as the office door was shut. After shutting the door, he walked over to his desk and asked,
Before we get started, can I get you anything to drink?
Looking back at me, he was clearly hoping I would accept the offer. It was obvious that Michael did not want to have this conversation sober. Usually, drinking would not be something I would indulge in, but if a little liquid courage is what you need to get started, then I will not make you drink alone. I was raised that it's rude to refuse anything your host offers. So, you know what? Why not? If you have any 15-year-old bourbon, I would not object. After that, I took a short pause and continued. Once we have our drinks, if you are ready, we can get started. My bishop has requested that I be able to record our conversation. Do you object to this? Turning to the cabinet behind the desk, he opened the wooden doors and rummaged through, coming back with 2 glasses and a bottle of bourbon.
I don't mind. In fact, I was going to suggest it as well.
He wanted to make sure his story was told properly and in its entirety. After the glasses had a generous amount of the amber liquid in them, he sat down in his black-leather desk chair and motioned for me to do the same. I pulled out my recording device, and upon hitting the record button, his expression grew darker and more ominous. Michael set his gaze on the floor and began.
What I am about to disclose to you is a secret my family has kept for generations and expected me to keep. But it's time for the world to hear my family's tale. For generations now, my family has been cursed. One male in every generation has a choice to make.
With a loud boom, a door could be heard hitting the wall, as well as the laughter of 2 girls. The recording continued.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive this interruption. Ashley, if you can please take your sister and go play elsewhere. I'm in the middle of a meeting.
He said this in a pleasant but irritated tone. Oh, okay, Daddy. Can we play hide and seek later? Ashley asked with a grin. He smiled at his girls and with all the love anyone could ask for, he said,
Yes, absolutely anything for my two angels.
Michael sat back down.
Where was I? Ah, yes, my family and its curse. Let us begin with the fact that my family has had a much higher rate of disappearances than the average family. In fact, these files go back as far as my great-great-great-grandfather. I have noticed there are a few similarities in each missing persons case, but I can only verify two of them myself. My grandfather and my father both went missing on their 33rd birthday. Each claimed they were hearing voices before they disappeared, as well as an inverted cross appearing on their left arm. As a kid, I always thought it was a tattoo, which is strange because our family is Christian and would never get a tattoo like that. But I can tell you now that it was not an actual tattoo, because the same mark appeared on my left arm.
Upon hearing this, I leaned forward and asked, Now, tell me, my son, why do you think you and your family are cursed? While heartbreaking, it's not concrete proof of a curse.
Please allow me to continue. We are the last remaining descendants of Christ.
Duncan pauses the recording to state to his bishop. Once he said this, I was struck dumbfounded. Unpausing the recording, Michael continues.
At 3 a.m. on my 33rd birthday, the temperature in my room dropped. It was freezing in there. I always thought the devil liked fire. It turns out he's one cold bastard.
Michael chuckled to himself.
At the same time, my left arm started to feel as if it was burning. I can only imagine it felt like I was being branded like cattle. This is where the inverted cross appeared on my arm. After the pain stopped, I heard the devil speak to me. He said it was my time to choose whether or not I'll accept the gifts he offers, and he would spare your family. But if I refused, my bloodline would be eradicated. Standing up and dusting myself off, acting calm and cool, I was anything but. I shouted and pointed my finger at him like he was actually there. Listen to me, you fucking bastard. I will accept your terms, but mark my words. I will be the one to bring your ass to your knees. I will beat you once and for all. And thus began the worst time of my life.
Michael lost his composure for the first time since I met him. Wait, how are we having this conversation if you said yes? Duncan asked with astonishment in his voice.
Oh, you know, a little of this and a little of that. Honestly, it's a long and complicated question, and I'll be happy to answer it right after dinner. You will stay for dinner, won't you, Mr. Duncan?
Michael asked. A loud bell could be heard chiming through the house. Michael stood up.
See, my wife installed the bell because I got so involved in my work I often forgot to eat.
Michael said. Duncan continues to speak to his bishop. Michael looks at me casually and asks if I would like to stay for dinner. Of course I did. I was hoping to get more of the story after dinner. However, that was not meant to be, for the events of that evening were interesting, to say the least. I will tell you in my own words what happened through the night. We left the office and entered the family room where Ashley and Sam were playing. The second Ashley saw her father, she ran up to him and asked, Daddy, can we play? And Mr. Duncan, will you play with us now? Looking at his daughter, clearly seeing their excitement, he was unable to say no.
Absolutely. Let's play. Mr. Duncan, will you join us?
Duncan says, Sure, why not? It would be my pleasure. Now run and hide, girls. We are going to count to 100, and then come find you. But before we could reach 66, a loud crack of thunder and a flash of lightning sounded out through the house, which caused a power outage. The girls both screamed. Michael's wife came running out of the kitchen with flashlights in hand and yelled at Michael, Go find the girls! Michael and I ran up the stairs and into the room where we heard the screams come from. As we entered the room, Michael found Sam in the corner crying as Ashley stood by a horde of dead rats. On the floor, she appeared to be playing with them. Getting the girls out of there immediately, Sam was horrified, but Ashley seemed to enjoy the sight, and according to Michael, this was very uncharacteristic of her typical behavior. It was hours before the lights came back on, and even longer before we were able to get Sam to calm down. However, Ashley said she was not scared of the rats, and while talking about the dead animals, she had a hint of a smile on her face, almost as if she enjoyed the sight. Eventually we ate dinner. It was cold, but no one spoke throughout the meal. The silence was unsettling. I believe most of us were unsettled by that night's events. After dinner, I was asked to please stay the night, since it had been a long and rainy day, and the events of that night had spooked Michael. He must have felt safer with me in the house, since I was in need of some rest and did not have the energy to try and get a hotel. I accepted the offer. After getting some rest, in the light of the new day, Michael felt more confident to finish his story.
The next 2 years were horrific. While the devil was controlling me, we performed such vile, horrific deeds, I blocked them out. However, finally, the time came. You see, I did not say yes without a plan. Once I determined that this all was real, I contacted an old friend from the Vatican. I told him what was happening, and he agreed that the devil would eventually get the strength to attack the Vatican. And when he did, they were prepared for him with a ritual from the Dark Ages. It can only be used once, and this ritual was to expel an angel, not a demon. Hence why we are currently having this conversation. I thought it was all over, and I would be free to live out my life in peace. However, not too long after the events at the Vatican, my oldest daughter started to show symptoms of possession. She admitted that she's been hearing voices for a while now. These voices urged her to allow it to take over. The mark appeared on her arm one night as she slept. I was in my room, sound asleep, and heard her scream. I jumped out of bed and threw open her door to see the mark appear on her arm and take note of how cold her room was. Ashley had said yes in that moment. She left a note on her bed that I found, saying that she did not want the devil to hurt anyone else in their family. This was an undocumented possession for the devil, since he usually takes people at the age of 33 and that are male. Ashley was only 13 and a female. This was not his normal MO.
This new development meant we had to act fast if we were going to be able to save the girl. Michael and I contacted the Vatican once more, asking if there was a way we could save her and banish the devil. Originally, they had no idea, but told us to salt the bottom of the door, as well as draw a symbol on the door that will temporarily lock the devil in. After weeks of research and us keeping Ashley contained, the Vatican contacted us and said they found another ritual where we could force the devil out of her and into one of us. After using the sword of the Archangel Michael, that person can be slain by the sword, and in theory, Satan would be banished back to hell. This, of course, was all hypothetical. Since no one has ever performed this ritual before, the next step was to, of course, figure out who would be the one to sacrifice themselves. Michael spoke up.
This began with me, and so it will end with me. It will be me who takes Satan in, and you who kills me. I will do anything I can to keep my daughters safe.
So, we requested a list of rare items that we would need. A wooden cross made from the Palo Santo tree, which has been used by the saints due to its strong spiritual connection. Holy water that has been blessed by the Vatican, as well as holy oil that has been rumored to be able to trap an archangel in the flames until extinguished. An ancient Bible, and finally, the sword of Archangel Michael, Once we acquired all these items and prepared, we went into the room and started to recite the prayer of Psalms. We read aloud,
Have mercy upon me, O God,
according to thy loving kindness, according unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgressions.
Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquity,
and
cleanse me from my sin.
As they are reciting this, Ashley screams in visible pain. Michael took that opportunity to douse her in the holy water, while I made a circle around her of holy oil. I set the holy oil aflame and continued to recite the verses. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin was ever before me. Against thee only have I sinned and done this evil in thy sight. Thou mightest be justified when thou speakest, and be clear when thou judge. The two continued to read the prayer of Psalms until finally Ashley starts to shake violently and grow still. The air grew cold, and the devil could be heard through the recording, saying,
I need a willing host. Who shall it be? Or will I end your bloodline?
I accept I am yours once more. Do what you will.
Michael screams. Having no other willing vessels he could enter, Satan jumped into Michael. Michael went still, and when he looked back up, his eyes were black, and without missing a beat, I thrust the sword into his heart. Duncan pauses the recording once more. As far as I could tell, the ritual was successful. However, Ashley was still unconscious for hours. Hours later, after performing the ritual, Ashley awakes from her haze, curled in my lap. Duncan resumes the recording. Thank God you're alive. What happened to my daddy? You were possessed. Your father saved you by sacrificing himself. This is where the recording ends, but after the recording, one last thing happened. According to Ashley, after she stood up, she caught a glimpse of movement in the mirror and witnessed the devil winking and laughing at her. Also, according to Ashley, after spinning around, what she saw was the body of her father and nothing more. She said goodbye to her father and ran out of the room crying. So, what are your thoughts about this whole situation? I am not sure, but I don't think this family has seen their last tragedy. Not by a long shot.
Legend tells of a truck like no other. It's clear as glass, except for the red glow from its headlights, and the smoke and flames that bellow from its stacks. The reason why it's clear is because the truck is made of the very thing that ended it long ago. I think I might be getting a bit ahead myself. You see, the truck is made of ice. You really don't ever want to see this truck coming your way. Many of great drivers have lost their lives from encounters with the ice truck. Many others have gone straight to the nut house. I'm getting ahead of myself again. Let me start from the very beginning, how the ice truck came to be in the first place. There once was an old-timer ice road trucker that had himself quite the reputation, but not the good kind. See, he was ruthless, evil, and vindictive. Get what I'm saying? He was a bad man. We called him Old Man Winter. He'd run drivers into the snow just for the fun of it. Drivers had even said he would get on the radio and taunt them while laughing hysterically. Luckily, no one had lost their lives from his antics. One day, a young rookie joined the ranks of the ice road truckers. We just called him Rook. He was very arrogant and wanted to make a name for himself. He wanted to climb the ranks as quick as possible. He was a good man, however, and kept focusing on what he could do to earn everyone's respect and land himself a top spot. That's
When he heard about the things Old Man Winter had been pulling on the other drivers, he then started to formulate a plot on how he could take on Old Man Winter. One day, things just so happened to fall in place, and Old Man Winter and Rook were heading face to face on one of the worst parts of the ice road. This was the moment. They both lined each other up in a sadistic game of chicken, neither one willing to back down or give in to the other. As they approached one another, they both made the split decision to swerve. The mirror of the trucks made contact with each other and are ripped from the trucks. Rook, having faster reaction time, was able to regain control of his truck and slow to a stop along the snowbank. Old Man Winter wasn't so lucky, unfortunately. His truck ended up getting lodged in the snowbank on his side of the ice road. The wreck created by the speed and impact of the two trucks caused the ice to crack and give way directly under Old Man Winter's truck, causing his truck to sink, taking him with it. Rook was so upset over what had happened, he retired as a driver that day and moved south into the U.S. Rook had no idea what hell he had unleashed on the remaining ice road truckers out here. You see it now. The ice truck and its driver are none other than the spirit of Old Man Winter, destined to roam the ice roads, seeking revenge on the one who sent him to his icy grave. Without Rook around, the ice truck is now on a never-ending mission, leaving nothing but death and destruction in its wake. The drivers that have survived the encounter with the ice truck and have not ended up in the nut house speak of seeing the red glow of the headlights and seeing the dark cloud of smoke and fire coming from the stacks, followed by a roar that only something straight from hell could produce. It also brings the worst winter storms you can imagine. It's easy enough to survive the encounter. 1. Just get out of his way. 2. Don't make eye contact with him as he passes by. 3. Always be prepared to spend some time out on the road after coming in contact with the ice truck. Many of the drivers that didn't survive, we found frozen to death right in the middle of the ice road. I'm not talking like regular cold frozen either. I mean like flash frozen, truck and all, with the look of sheer terror on their faces. The drivers that ended up in the nut house were kind enough to get out of the way, but still looked him in the eyes when he passed by, drove them completely insane. There are also some who made it through the incident fine, but their trucks were frozen solid, and they were ill prepared. They succumbed to frostbite and/or starvation. I'm telling you this story to try and keep you from becoming another one of his victims, and maybe be able to save your life one day. Part 2. The day started like any other out here on the ice roads. My name is Breaker19. No, that's not my actual name. It's a CB call handle. Anyway, my given name has nothing to do with this story. I was sitting in a diner, enjoying my lunch, when I was approached by another driver. This was going to be a large run. It was coming to the end of the ice road as the ice was starting to thaw, and we had to get these loads delivered to the village that are only accessible during the ice road seasons. It was going to be a small convoy. I'm fairly young, but quite experienced with this type of run. Because of this, they had given me the lead spot in the convoy. I wasn't worried. I was confident in my abilities to perform the job at hand. As I mentioned earlier, I was approached by another driver in the diner. He was going to be part of the convoy making the run. I figured he wanted to discuss the run. He is a much older man. We call him Old Timer. This is his CB handle. The story he shared with me chilled me to the core. It was actually more of a warning than a story. I kinda laughed it off, but I could tell he was dead serious. He also had this fear in his eyes. He did remind me, however, that I needed to plan for the worst case scenario out on the ice. After I finished my lunch, I went to the local supply store to gather everything I needed to survive the harsh cold should we encounter any bad weather on the road. Forecast was calling for clear skies for our entire run, but the weather is unpredictable and can change in the blink of an eye. Once I had everything I needed, I went out and got it all loaded in my truck. Some of the other drivers poked a little fun at me for bringing so much stuff. They were saying things like, "You pack for a trip like my wife. Where's the kitchen sink? I'm pretty sure it's in there somewhere too. What exactly do you think to be doing out there? And watch out, boys, don't follow too close to him now. All that gear will sink his truck as soon as he hits the ice." They all have a good laugh and carry on getting themselves ready for the run. Old Timer didn't even crack a smile. He just winked and gave me 2 thumbs up before turning to leave. We now have all of our trucks in line and are ready to head out. We start with a drive through town until we reach the ice roads. We were all laughing and having a good time on the radio up to this point. Now it's time to get serious. It's time to get on the ice road. Going from the pavement to the ice is one of the toughest and scariest parts of the ice road, due to the ice being the thinnest. In the wake that is caused by the weight of the truck getting on the ice can be pushed against the solid ground, causing the ice to crack and give way, especially when it's thinning out. We all made it out on the ice just fine, and we're making our way towards our destination. If you're not used to traveling the ice road, it can be very unnerving. You can hear the ice cracking and popping, even over the sounds of the engine. Even worse is the sound of the water sloshing around under the ice. At this point, the ice has melted so much in the heat of the day that the ice is barely visible under the water. It looks as if you are literally driving on the ocean. As we continue our drive, day gives way to night, and conditions get even more hazardous as it becomes even harder to see the actual ice road under the water. Paying so much attention to the conditions, I barely noticed what was coming our way. In the distance, I can make out 2 red glowing dots and flames coming from higher up with black smoke bellowing out. Behind it was a wall of snow and ice for as long and high as the eye could see. I squinted trying to make out the truck, but all I could see was the outline of something. I tried to radio to the other drivers, but all I could hear through the radio was static. All of a sudden came this hysterical laughter blaring through the CB. At this moment, ice started forming all over my radio. It was at this point that I remembered what Old Timer was telling me back at the diner. Everything seemed like it slowed down. What was over and done with in a matter of minutes seemed like it had been hours. I got my truck pulled over as far as I could and hunkered down with my hood over my head. I could hear that hellish roar of the truck's engine as it didn't even slow down to blow past us. I was hoping that all the other guys were doing the same. I feel something slam into my front of my truck with so much force that it jolts me forward. If I wasn't still wearing my seatbelt, it would have thrown me through the windshield. I realized that this was the force of the storm that was following the truck. The snow and ice was about 4 inches thick, covering my entire truck. Luckily, my engine was still running, and I had picked up a military-style shovel from the supply store. I managed to dig my way out of my truck through the now open window. The sight was horrific. Only Old Timer and I were able to get off to the side of the road. All the other trucks were frozen in the middle of the ice road. I checked on Old Timer first, as his truck was directly behind mine. That's why he was also able to move over in time, and I figure he knew what was coming our way when he heard the laughter that came through the radio. Old Timer seemed to be no worse for wear. Although his truck wasn't able to start, we still had mine. We eventually got to all the trucks in our convoy. There were no other survivors. They had all been flash frozen, just as Old Timer described in his story. We managed to dig my truck out enough to get it moving again. It was tragic what happened to all the other drivers. So many good men gone in a flash. I did feel blessed that Old Timer and I had survived, however. I helped him gather all his belongings and transfer them to my rig. We contacted the authorities and let them know the situation. Old Timer and I were now tasked with getting all the loads delivered using one truck. The rescue team was sending out plows to clear the road, and we're going to remove all the other trucks minus the trailers. They were clearing a special pull-off to place the trailers in until we could get back to them. The storm did manage to make the ice road a lot more sturdy for a little longer, so we did have a little extra time to get the freight delivered. I noticed some changes starting to come over Old Timer with every delivery we made. And it's sad to say, but once everything was all said and done, he ended up in the nut house. He told me just before he became too far gone that he ignored one of his own rules, and he looked Old Man Winter in his eyes as he passed by. Old Timer had told me he could see the souls of all the past drivers that Old Man Winter had taken out on the ice road. I've never looked Old Man Winter in his eyes, but I've noticed some changes slowly coming over me as time goes by. I still pay a visit to Old Timer every so often, although it's not as often as I'd like, because now, as soon as I walk in his room, he takes one look at me and completely loses it. The changes I've been experiencing, however, I believe are coming from the utter disrespect of this younger generation. I've tried explaining the legend of the ice truck to them, and they just ridicule me, call me an old coot. I'm starting to get stressed more and more. I'm just pissed all the time. I honestly don't know what's coming over me. They've even gone as far as changing my CB handle to Old Man Winter. I swear I'm going to start running them into the snowbanks and taunting them over the radio like a real psycho as I pass them. Yes, that sounds like so much fun. And I've got something really special planned for the new guy, that little irritating prick. What's his CB handle again? Oh, yeah, Rook. He's gonna get what's coming to him in a big way. Just you wait, Rook. Just you wait.
I've always preferred my own company. I guess I've always viewed other people as the enemy. I was the same way in school, and I guess this is what affected my performance. I was never really comfortable in class, surrounded by my peers. I never exactly felt at ease. After 6 years, I left with results that did me a little justice. And I know that when thinking about it, it comes down to my aversion to all things social. Of course, this just made things like that a little bit harder when it came to finding a job. I had jobs, but none which I could really consider my own. I spent a few weeks stacking shelves, a month or so in an office, and one long summer, so many years ago, I sold insurance plans from a call center. Each time the position was fleeting. I was either not front of the house material, I was not approachable, or I was simply not that good. Fancy that, being told that you are not good enough to sell insurance. Each time I failed, each time a position did not work out, I naturally did what I found most comfortable. I drifted. I drifted from job to job, from home to home, desperately seeking out my place within a world that I felt so desperately separated from. Money for bills became money for booze. Time and work became time at home. I quickly found that my anchor, which I used to have in life, had somehow become detached, washed away, and submerged beneath the waves of time. And it was at this point that I first saw the advert. Unique position offered for unique individual. Night watchman required urgently. 5 nights a week. The ability to work under your own initiative is a must, as this is a solitary work role. Submit your CV today for consideration. Solitary? That word leapt out from the page. I could be alone? I reasoned. I am alone anyway, I thought. What is the worst that could happen? Little did I know that the advert was a lie. There would be no solitude offered during those cold December nights, stuck inside the empty and barren halls of Drayton Pass. The hospital was once a monument, a beacon of hope constructed hundreds of years ago to help tackle the growing epidemic of the plague. It had once been proud, it had once been clean, but now it was no more than decay. Its uses had diminished when the outbreak subsided, so it had been repurposed to assist those with mental health issues. Unfortunately, though, the affliction of the mind was not completely understood back then, which meant that it was nothing more than a place to hide all of society's ills. I had researched the building prior to my first night. I did know of the horrors concealed within the history of its walls, but Drayton Pass was just an empty building now. At least, that was what I thought. I moved slowly up the darkened halls towards the building as the harsh winds and rain lashed at my face. Drayton Pass stood tall and foreboding ahead, its black and empty windows concealing its horrific history quite nicely from anyone who would happen to pass. Not that anyone would pass. The hospital was at least 5 miles from anywhere, and it was completely concealed by the forest of tall trees which surrounded it. During its early years, it would have been suited perfectly to serve as a small town of Drayton, located just down the hill. With the birth of the Industrial Revolution, the town had suffered greatly. Families moved to the big city in search of work, and eventually, the once flourishing town was reduced to a shell of its former self. As I neared the old metal gate, I noticed my new boss waiting patiently just outside. "You took your time," he sighed, pulling his coat tighter around his body. "Never mind. Just call me if you see anything. Not that you will, of course. Drayton is a peaceful place, James. She will take care of you. Enjoy your stay." With that, he handed me a big set of keys and turned to leave, disappearing into the blackness of the night. "Welcome to Drayton Pass." The hours came and went fairly quickly. The building had been stripped and torn apart, some of the damage taking place over the years, but the vast majority of it coming from the ongoing refurbishment. The builders had now all finished for the winter and would not be returning until the new year. Various tools and ladders remained still in the silent rooms, and the windows rattled in their rusted frames. Thankfully, the room, which would become my post, was well furnished and contained a radio, which was more than I could have hoped for. My role was simple. I was to watch. What exactly was I to watch? Wasn't clear. I assumed, like most buildings under construction, I would be guarding it against drunks and addicts looking for a place to spend the night. Realistically, it would probably just be kids looking to explore an old, creepy building at night. It didn't matter, though. No one would be making the trip to Drayton Pass tonight. Not within this storm. I was all alone tonight, and that was exactly how I liked it. I look up at the small clock above the door. It says 3:13 in the morning. The noise of the storm outside was comforting. The sound of the rain as it struck against the roof was peaceful. The noise bled beautifully into a lullaby, which hung heavily on my eyelids. The room was warm, and the radio played quietly in the background. I leant back in my chair and allowed my eyes to close. I could sleep. It was just me. I was alone. Suddenly, the sound of the radio crackling forced my eyes to open. The small radio hissed for a second before continuing on with its song, but then, after a few more seconds, it hissed again. Slightly annoyed, I pushed myself to my feet. What the hell is wrong with this thing? I moved in and picked the radio up. As I did, the song completely stopped, and the room filled with nothing but the abrasive noise. I sighed and began to fiddle with the dials. As I did, the static cut out for a second. I moved the dials again. As I did, a sound could be heard coming through the speaker. I moved the dial again. As I did, a single word cut through the harshness of the static, piercing the vicious noise and shattering my naive illusion of solitude. James. It was clear and it was precise, but more importantly, it was my name. My heart began to beat faster as my hands shook. After a few seconds, my fingers became numb, and the radio slipped from my grasp. It fell from my hands, crashing loudly against the floor as it shattered into pieces. And then, I just stood, frozen on the spot, wrapped in nothing but the silence and the emptiness of Drayton Pass. After a few moments, the night would only get worse. The sound of a bucket being kicked over somewhere down the hall caused me to jump on the spot. I scurried to retrieve the torch from the table and I brought its beam up quickly, illuminating the hall just outside of the open door to my room. The hall seemed to extend further than it had before, almost seeming longer and much more dangerous than the first time I had moved through it. The light from my torch lit the walls, highlighting their age as its paint visibly flaked in chunks. I moved the beam down, the filthy and cracked tiles gleaming brightly, and then I moved the beam up, focusing the light down the end of the hall in front of me. In the darkness, just within sight, a bucket rolled out from an open doorway before sitting silently in the center of the corridor about 20 meters or so away. The air suddenly felt different. The mood had changed. Within the rotten recesses of Drayton Pass, the arteries of corridors and hallways which lined the decrepit old building were once home to nothing but the spiders, but tonight the mood had changed. The air was thick, and the smell of old wood was almost suffocating. It enveloped me as I stood there, shaking, choking the life from my lungs while stifling my breath. I do not know how, and I do not know why, but I just felt as if something wrong awaited me somewhere down the hallway, hidden in the darkness and concealed by the shadows. My legs trembled as my heart threatened to burst from my chest. The mood had changed. "Calm down, you idiot!" I struggled to slow my breathing as my mind raced. "It's just some kids. Do your bloody job." After a few moments, I managed to collect my thoughts, and I turned and retrieved my handheld radio from the table by the door. I took a few deep breaths, steadied my hand slightly, and then I walked out into the darkness. I could see the bucket. It had somehow managed to end up perfectly in the center of the hallway. I moved the beam of light to the right of it, locating the open doorway from where it had rolled from. "Hello?" I said, my words bouncing from each tight and claustrophobic wall. "Is there anyone there?" Silence. In the distance, I could hear the rain as it continued to pelt the archaic roof above me. "Hello?" A flash of lightning struck outside, briefly blessing the darkness with its white glare. "Is there anybody there?" I realized that my hand had begun to tremble. The beam of light from my torch danced with a spasm over the open doorway. I was sucking at the air, even though I could no longer feel my lungs. "Hello?" Slowly, I took a few more steps towards the open doorway. I could see slightly through the crack in the hinges, but all that was on the other side was more darkness. I took another few steps. As my heart strained, "You're not supposed to be in here," I whispered softly, secretly hoping my words would go unheard. "So, just come out, please." I stopped just short of the door. I gazed through the opening, looking into the blackness, looking into my soul. For a long time, nothing happened. I did not move, and nothing came charging from the void to harm me. The rain felt as if it had stopped, and time now seemed to slow to almost a grinding halt. Nothing is there. No one is there. Suddenly, a hiss from my radio shattered the silence. The static was there again. I willed my hand to move as I retrieved the handset from my pocket, bringing it up to my face to listen. Through the static, through the burst of noise, I could hear it. It was a voice. Without thinking, my finger clicked down on the button, and I spoke aloud. "Hello?" Almost immediately, the dark and demonic voice responded, "James." And that is when the sound started. It was metal on metal. The sneering and sharp sound that you would expect if you'd run a blade against another. It tore and it pierced the night, burning through any notion of silence while filling my body with an unfathomable dread. My blood boiled hot as my arms shook. It was coming from the room. I could not move. All that I could do was stare stupidly into the nothingness before me as the noise grew in intensity. It ripped and cut at the air, defiling the halls with its sick and nasty nature. Tears formed in my eyes as my hands tightened around my torch. "James," the voice crackled through the radio, its unnatural tone slicing dirty through the static. "Welcome home." My mind throbbed as the horror continued to unfold all around me. The walls felt as if they were moving closer so quickly, threatening to trap me within for all of eternity. All reason and all logic has escaped me as the voice began to chuckle. Its guttural laugh through the hiss of the noise, and all that I could manage to do was to stare stupidly ahead. Gradually, in the blackness of the room in front of me, I began to make out something. There was one, and then there were two bright eyes, as clear as day. They were looking at me, staring at me, consuming me. Even though I could make out no mouth, I knew that it was smiling. James. I dropped the radio and ran. I cannot recall the winding path which led me out, only that it did eventually lead me back into the cold wetness of December. And it was here that I remained for the rest of the night, tears soaking my eyes, while the night drenched my face. I could not process what had happened to me. I mean, after all, what had happened to me? There was so much left unanswered, so many questions swirled through my mind, and nothing could calm me. Hours passed, and I never even moved. The sun finally blessed the morning sky with its warm and welcoming glory. Through the haze of confusion, I just about managed to spot my manager moving up the hill towards me. He will not understand. He will not believe you. "Morning, James. How was your first night?" His lips struggled to move as my words spoke for themselves. "It was fine, sir. It was fine." I somehow knew that I had to come back. I did not know where the feeling had come from or what it even meant. I just knew it was there. It had always been there, deep within my heart, hidden by years of drifting and decades of hiding. It was there. I would be coming back. I would be seeing Drayton again. After all, how could I not? I was finally home. It started with little things. I would wake up at night and catch the scent of her perfume, or right as I fell asleep, I'd hear a female voice, and when I was startled awake, no one was there. But you see, I have lived alone since the sudden death of my wife. It had only been a few short months, so I thought it was grief playing with my head. But day by day, things started to get harder to explain. Objects in my house would be moved, or not where I placed them the night before. But I just considered it memory slips of a grieving mind. This all came to a head just moments ago. I awoke strapped to my bed, and I could hear a woman. She was talking to herself, muttering about me. She clearly hadn't noticed I was awake yet. She sounded as sweet as honey, but under it was a tone of something I could not grasp. Was it hatred? Obsession? Anger? I was not sure, but it caused me to fear for my life more than the bindings that held me in place. "Who the hell are you?" I yelled at her. I was honestly not expecting an answer at all, but what I got I did not expect.
"You don't know who I am?"
Her voice sounded hurt. As she spoke, she got on top of me. I got a good look at her face, and my mind was flooded with memories. I saw her in my college classes. I saw her watching me every day at the train station. Hell, she even worked with me. However, until now, I never connected any of this. This crazy bitch had somehow inserted herself into every aspect of my life. And now, here she is in my home? In the spot where my wife slept? My wife died in a mysterious way. This woman could
not have possibly been the cause of my wife's death, could she? She spoke once more.
You don't know me, don't you? I've been watching you for a very long time now, and I felt it was time that we met. I saw how you looked at me, undressing me with your eyes. We could not be together because of your wife, and now that she's not a problem anymore, and you had your time to grieve, we can be together.
She was crying now, her tears hitting my bare chest. I yelled at her, the anger clear in my words. My wife! What the hell did you do to my wife, you crazy bitch? Once I get out of here, I will make you pay for hurting her. She stopped crying, and I could see I angered her. She then suddenly slapped me in the face.
How dare you speak to me like that? After all I did for us? You think getting rid of her and making it look like an accident was easy? Also, I made sure she didn't suffer. You should be thanking me for saving you from that miserable existence. I could tell how unhappy you were. I saw the desire you had to be with me. So I did what I had to do for us.
What do you mean by desire? Until now, I didn't know you existed. Who you were. Now all I want is you out of my house. I shouted this at her. The look on her face darkened. From behind her back, she brought up a large kitchen knife. She slowly dragged the knife up and down the length of my chest until suddenly she applied pressure and left a deep cut on my chest. Ah! I screamed in pain.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. But lying to me and telling me you've never noticed me would just not do. I need you to understand this.
I spoke again, and this time I decided to play into her delusion. Maybe if I did this, I could get out of this alive. You're right. I have noticed you. I've wanted us to be together for so long, but my wife would never allow it. Now that you have gotten rid of her, I stopped. It was you that got rid of her, right? I pried, giving her the best. It's okay that you killed my wife, you crazy bitch face.
Yes, my love. I got rid of her for us.
She smiled, as if admitting it brought her great joy. I continued. Well, now that you got rid of her, we can be together like we always dreamed. I will make you the happiest girl in the world. But I can't do that from this bed, tied down like this. Would you untie me so we can consummate our future together? She made a thoughtful expression, as if she was trying to decide if I was being honest or playing a trick on her. In the end, her crazy won out. She actually thought I was being genuine, and she cut me free. However, she's not as dumb as she looks, because right after cutting me loose, she pulled a handgun out of her purse and pointed it at me.
I want to think you're being honest with me. However, I know I just abducted you and killed your wife, so you could be tricking me. So until I'm certain of your devotion to me, I cannot let you out of my sight.
She finished with a look that said, I'm smarter than you are, and I got what I wanted. Honey, I'm not tricking you. In fact, if you will give me just one moment, I will prove that to you. I said as I walked over to my dead wife's jewelry box. I found her engagement ring. Turning around with a wide smile on my face, I slowly approached her with my hands in the air, showing her the ring. Getting down on one knee, I opened my mouth to speak. My love, this is embarrassing, but I can't recall you ever giving me your name. May I have it? She said,
Amy, my name is Amy.
Well then, Amy, would you do me the honor of making me the happiest man in the world and becoming my wife? I said, with as much love as I could muster for the psycho that took what was mine. That's okay. She would do.
Yes, 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 1,000 times yes. I never thought that this would go so well. I mean, I know you loved me, but I thought you would put up a bit more resistance. I'm so happy you did not.
She shouted as I placed the ring on her finger. This provided the exact distraction I needed. I grabbed the knife and plunged it deep into her stomach. The shock on her face was amusing. I covered her mouth so she would not scream. We could not have any nosy neighbors calling the cops after all. Like I said, you freed me from my wife. She would not let me kill you. I looked at you with such desire because I wanted to kill you. So, thank you for freeing me from her control. Thank you for being so blindly obsessed with me that you came right to me. Thank you for uncaging me from that hell I was in for all those years. That bitch made me marry her because she found out my secret. And well, if I didn't, she would have turned me in. So now, I could continue with my work. Days later, I saw my picture on the news. The reporter said, "If you have any information on this woman, please let the authorities know. The cops have reason to believe that after 10 years, the Ricketts Glen killer has come back." The TV played the background. The string of disappearances continues. The cops are baffled as to who this is or why they are doing this. Jacob threw his papers across the room. He could not figure out what the hell was going on in this fucked up city. He was part of the task force, which was tasked with finding the person responsible for this string of abductions. Finishing his whiskey, then pouring him another double of the cheap rock gut whiskey. He could not afford much, but it got the job done. Giving up for this evening, he decided to go get a hot shower and try to sleep. However, he did not make it far. His world started spinning, then moments later, his world faded to black. His body hit the hardwood floor. A man stepped out of the shadows. God, I thought he never passed the fuck out. Well, got to get him in the van. The next thing Jacob knew, he was waking up in the center of a clearing, with sunlight blinding him. As he tried to shake off the drugged haze he was in, slowly his vision became clear, and he noticed the 6 people with him. They were all the missing people. Each stood, regarding one another with fear and hatred. A voice shouted from the loudspeaker, "Mr. Donaldson, I see you're awake. That's good, just in time. Let me explain what is going on here. You will take part in a battle royale that is a fight to the death. Only one person will emerge victorious and be granted a very special prize." Standing up, he took note that lying on the ground were 2 machetes. Great. The least they could have done was give me a firearm. Oh well, this will have to make do. I need to survive this if I'm going to bring these sick fucks to justice. Picking up the 2 blades and readying himself, the sound of a gun going off released each of the men from their shackles. Jacob watched as the men fought and killed each other. Hanging back in a fight like this was the best idea. In a situation when you're outnumbered, best to let the trash take care of itself. He watched as the ones that did not fight got slaughtered like cattle. It came down to him and 2 other guys. He smiled and advanced on the first one. He went to swing at him, but he ducked it and slashed the first machete across the guy's stomach. He fell, trying to hold it in his intestines. The second man came running at him, but he stabbed him in the stomach. Then he pulled him in closer, smiling, and said, "I win," slicing him ear to ear and letting him fall to the ground. As he walked slowly over to the first man, he raised the machete and brought it down, severing his head from his shoulders. Covered in blood, he had never felt so alive in his life. He became a cop, so he will be able to get away with killing his victims. But this was so much more rewarding. Very good, the voice from the loudspeaker spoke again. I will need you to drop your weapons now, officer. Dropping his weapons and kicking it away from him, he shouted, Now what? A big gate he had not noticed opened up, and a group of people came walking out. The oldest member of the group walked over and approached him. I'm Mac Brody, and this is my family. Well, you see, we are not related. Each member here got to make the same choice you now get to make. Join us or join them. He pointed a finger at the clearing that was now littered with body parts. Take a knee, officer, if you would. The tone of his voice made it clear that where it was a question, he did not have a choice. Taking a knee, the ground was soaked in blood, and he could feel it soak through his jeans. He reached out a hand to him and said, Welcome, my son, to the family. Unsure what to do, he took his hand and kissed the ring, swearing fealty to the stranger that he now called father. Now let's get the long pig loaded up. Not long after they started high school, Isaac sits with his cousins around a large bonfire. Frank, of course, had to bring his girlfriend with him. It seems like if you see Frank, Jenna's not far behind. It had been a long time since they all actually spent time with one another outside of school. So, he decided to gather them together for a campout over the 3-day weekend. Always being a trickster, he decided it would be funny to try and scare them with some good old-fashioned ghost stories. After hours of being unsuccessful, Isaac grew bored and figured bringing a real-life horror story into the mix would spice things up. Hey, have you lot heard of the family that died a few years ago? No, the group says in unison. Well then, gather around and I will tell you what I heard from my brother. He says, from what he gathered, one of his classmates got his hands on a cursed number. The guy, Jackson, said that he and his brother called it, and not a week later, the entire family was found dead, brutally murdered. The rumor goes that if you call the number, you summon a demon that will kill you and drag your souls to hell. One of the people in the group laughs. Isaac stops the story to look at who just interrupted him. He locks eyes with Alexander. Ho! You think this is a joke or something, Alex? First off, I've told you to not call me Alex. And secondly, I think this is a joke. Cursed numbers are a load of shit. None of them work. And yes, we all know about the family. The tragedy was all over the news when it happened. But the cops investigated it and arrested someone. I mean, you should know that. Your dad is a cop after all. Whatever. Where was I before I was so rudely interrupted? Isaac continues. Oh, right. The strange part is they all died in the exact same way. Heads bashed in. At first glance, it appeared that they were self-inflicted. But, like Alex said, they did arrest somebody. But what if they got the wrong guy? Isaac finished with a smug look on his face. As he can see, he effectively scared his cousins. Isaac once again singles out Alexander. So, Alex, if you're so brave, why don't you call the number? Or are you just a big scaredy cat? The group laughs at Alexander, but he just looks at everyone. Fuck you guys, I'm out of here. He gets up and leaves, hearing Isaac call after him, "Looks like the baby's crawling home to his mommy." Alexander doesn't even spare him a glance, just shoots him the finger and walks away. After having their laugh at Alexander's expense, Isaac extinguishes the bonfire, and everyone heads into their tents for the evening. The next morning, as the sun starts to rise, the group wakes up and dismantles their tents. Then Ben speaks up. "We should do it." Isaac, taken aback and forgetting last night's story, asks, "Do what?" "We should call the number," Ben suggests. "Oh, you really want to call that number? You don't actually believe that number is what killed them, do you?" "I don't know, but it can't hurt to call the number, right?" "Well, if you're not going to do it, then I'll do it myself." "Fine. Do what you want. Here's the number." Isaac walks over to his car, opening the glove box, where he pulls out an old receipt, jotting the number quickly onto the piece of paper and handing it to Ben. Ben pulls out his cell phone and dials the number. As the dial tone begins to come through, he taps the speakerphone button. Shortly after, eerie music plays through the speakers. It's almost like bagpipes, but distorted. The sound is high-pitched and hurts their ears. Ben quickly ends the call. Seconds later, everyone's phone begins to ring with an unknown number. None of them answer their phones, yet the distorted tone of the bagpipes plays regardless. Then, just as soon as it started, it stops. "What was that?" Isaac asks, looking over at Ben. "That's not funny. How did you do that?" "Do what?" Ben shouts. "Make all of our phones go off like that." Ben shakes his head in protest. "It wasn't me. I'm not sure what happened." "Yeah, right. Let's finish packing up. The lot of you get lost. I want to enjoy the rest of my weekend before I have to go back to school." As the kids depart, Isaac goes inside, heading straight to his brother's room. "Hey, Pepsqueak, get out of my room," his older brother says. "I need to talk to you. Have you ever called that number you gave me?" Isaac asks, the concern in his voice evident. "What? No, why would I? Everyone knows that it's just made up by people that have too much free time on their hands." "Ben called the number, and when he did, some strange music played through our phones. And once he ended the call, an unknown number called all of our phones, playing the same music." At this point, he was in complete hysterics. "Dude, it was probably just Ben. He must have dialed *69 and called you guys when you weren't paying attention." "Well then, how do you explain the creepy music?" Isaac demands. "He used a playback tone, and y'all just thought it was coming from your phones, when it was just coming from his." "That clever bastard! He pranked us all, and we fell for it, hook, line, and sucker. Well, if he thinks he is going to get away with this, he has another thing coming," Isaac states aloud. The next day at school, Isaac meets up with his group of friends, noticing Ben was not there. "Hey, do y'all know where Ben is? I have a bone to pick with him." They looked at him, and someone said, "I don't think he's here today. When the bus stopped to pick him up, he wasn't there." "More like he is hiding. For the shit he pulled yesterday, once I get a hold of him, I'm gonna teach him a lesson or two." As if on cue, the loudspeaker sounds off. "All students need to make their way to the gymnasium for an emergency assembly." The group looked at each other, wondering what is going on, but follows the rest of their classmates to the gym without complaint. Once seated, Isaac notices that standing beside the principal was his father. Dude, what's your dad doing here? One of his cousins questions. Another one says, Oh, looks like you're in trouble, buddy. What'd you do? I didn't do anything. Now, shut up and listen. I am sure we will find out what is going on, if you're just patient. As he finishes saying this, the principal begins to speak. Students, it is my unfortunate responsibility to inform you that at some point last night, Ben Ashmore passed away. With me, I have Officer Flanagan. He will tell you kids everything he is able to about what happened. And if you have any questions, faculty will be made available to any student that needs it. Officer Flanagan began to speak. At some point last night, Ben passed away. It is unclear as to what or how it happened, but we can say no more as it is an active investigation. If you have any questions or need someone to talk to, counselors and other professionals will be made available to you. Thank you, and everyone, please stay safe and look out for one another. Also, if you have any relative information, please contact your local police department. We all need to come together in light of this tragedy. After the assembly is over, Isaac saunters out of the gymnasium with his cousins. After school, we need to meet up and discuss what happened, he says. Ben's loss had rocked Isaac's world, and he was in a daze. One moment he was numb, the next he was crying. They asked him and his cousins if they wanted to go home, but the parents were at work and could not get away. Besides, he wanted to be at school. It was a welcome distraction from the grief. School passed by quickly, and before he knew it, he would be home. Shortly after, his cousins would arrive at his house. After the school day ends, Isaac walks out to find Alexander waiting for him outside. Hey, Isaac, I want to say I am so sorry for your loss, and if you need to talk, I'm here for you, man. Isaac looks at Alexander and punches him in the face. Fuck you, Alex. This is your fault. If you had been there, Ben would still be alive. He was your younger brother. You should have protected him. Isaac then runs away crying as he gets on the bus and heads home. When he gets there, he sits on the porch, waiting for the rest of his cousins to arrive. Once they arrive, Isaac stands up, dusts himself off, and speaks to them. Follow me, he says as he rushes into his house and makes a beeline right to his father's office. What are we doing here? One of them protests. This is your father's office. If we get caught here, we are dead. Listen, Jenna, Frank, Ben is dead. I want to know how he died. They didn't push him further, but followed in silence. They both are still hurting from the loss of their friend, and want to know what happened just as much as he does. Once they get into the office, Isaac picks the lock to his father's filing cabinet, quickly finding Ben's file. His dad filed everything in alphabetical order. He had always been very organized. Isaac reads the report aloud. When Officer Flanagan and Smith responded to a call from Mr. Ashmore at 10:30 p.m. on the 30th of April, Ben Ashmore was found dead in his bedroom. At first glance, it appeared he passed from self-inflicted injuries. His skull had been bashed in from being smashed into a wall repeatedly, which was evident from the bone and blood splatter. Upon getting him to the medical examiner, it was determined that the damage that had been inflicted was beyond what a conscious person would be capable of. It is the opinion of this medical examiner that he was murdered. You guys, I know this is strange, but it reminds me of an incident. Remember Jack and James and how they moved away last year? Isaac points out. Frank says, yeah, I did not know them well, but I saw them around. And what about them? How do they have anything to do with what happened to Ben? Well, I got a call from Jack. His brother and father went missing, along with a lot of other dudes. He says a creature took them. It was weird. And what is going on now seems like it could be a similar event, Isaac claims. The cops found no evidence of an intruder. On top of that, they said Ben could not have done this to himself. I got a feeling it has something to do with the number. Jenna and Frank laughed nervously. You're joking, right? Nothing is going on, buddy. He killed himself. Or someone killed him. There is no supernatural monster out there killing people. You heard your dad, man. Get some rest, please. You're worrying us. Jenna and I are going to my house. You want to come? Frank asks. Nah, man. I'm just going to relax and try to get my head straight. You're right. I must be going crazy. You guys take it easy. Call me later, okay? Frank and Jenna left his house. Upon arriving at Frank's house, they rush up to his room. They turn the music on and start to make out. The loss of Ben had really hurt them. They needed a distraction. As they got lost in each other's company, the music stops, and Frank's phone started to ring. Annoyed, he grabs his cell phone and answers it. Hello, this better be good. No one was on the other end, but both of them heard a faint sound come from the Bluetooth speaker, where the music they were making out to played moments earlier. Both of them slowly walked up to the speakers. The music was alluring, almost as if their actions were not their own. As they approached the speakers, the sound that was first indistinguishable grew louder and louder. It was that distorted bagpipe music again. Once they got right in front of the speakers, as if on cue, a scream came through them. The sound grew louder and louder till neither of them could take it anymore. The music threw them into a frenzy. It felt as if their brains were on fire and acid was flowing through their blood. They only had one desire at this point, for it to stop. Jenna ran to the wall and proceeded to bash her head off the wall repeatedly, while Frank ran over to his closet, grabbing a metal bat. Running over to Jenna, he bashes her in the back of her head. She fell and hit the floor. He strikes her a few more times to make sure she is dead, then proceeds to bash in his own skull with the bat. Finally, feeling better, Isaac looks over at the clock. It was around 9 p.m. Almost 8 hours had passed by. He thinks it's strange that he hadn't heard from his friends, so he gives them a call. Both Frank and Jenna's phones go straight to voicemail, so he calls the landline Frank's parents insisted on keeping. What a dinosaur, he says to himself. After a few rings, Frank's mother answers the call. When he asks where Frank was, she once again breaks into sobs. When Isaac pressed her, she told him there was some kind of music playing. It sounded like bagpipes, but they sounded wrong. Shortly after, it was followed by a screaming. By the time she got into the room, both of them were dead, and it looked like Frank had gone crazy and killed her and then himself. This doesn't sit well with Isaac, so he calls his grandmother and tells her all that has been happening. As he describes the cursed number, the bagpipes, and the shrieking, his grandmother once again recounts the tale of the banshee to her grandson. She tells him that no one has ever survived being marked by the banshee, and that she is sorry. Isaac goes to press her further, but the line disconnects. Convinced that there has to be another answer, he starts using all the information he gathered from his grandmother and Frank's mom. Only one result came up. It was a banshee, a wailing spirit that was after him. Sleep does not come easy that night. He is far too scared that if he lets his guard down, she will come for him. He finally falls asleep. He makes it through the night, but who knows how long that will last. He is next. The banshee will come for him sooner rather than later. The next day at school, Isaac finds Alexander. Hey, Alex, I need to talk to you, he shouts in a panic. Alexander turns around to yell at him that it's Alex, but he could see his cousin is scared. Still mad at Isaac for accusing him of being the reason his little brother is dead, He simply responded with, "What?" Isaac unleashes the floodgates of what happened to Frank and Jenna. What his grandmother had told him. He tells Alexander that he is going to die at the hands of a banshee, that he needs his help. After hearing the story, Alexander replies with, "What horseshit is this? Are you trying to prank me again?" "I'm telling you the truth, man. I need your help, please." Isaac begs, "I know, I've been a shitty cousin and a worse friend, but I'm sorry, man. But it's no reason for you just to let me die." Just as he finishes, his phone rings. "I'm not answering it. Nope, I'm not gonna answer it. I'll ignore it. If I ignore it, I'll be okay." Alexander laughs at Isaac's fear. "Are you for real, dude? Just answer your fucking phone." "No!" he shouts. The next thing Isaac knows, Alexander grabs his phone. "Dude, it's just your mom. Please, Alex, don't answer the phone." "It's Alexander, and it's just your mom." Alex answers the phone and gives it to Isaac. Hello? Hello, Mom, is that you?" The tune he described earlier plays as a shriek comes from the phone, which grows louder and louder. Alexander goes to ask him what is happening, but Isaac has a faraway look in his eye. He drops the phone and slowly walks over to a set of metal lockers, proceeding to bash his head off them repeatedly. Alexander tries to stop him, but he cannot. Isaac pushes him away, and he continues to smash his head against them. After one last hit, Alexander hears a loud crack, and Isaac falls to the ground. Alexander bends down and checks for a pulse. He tries to call for help, but his phone is not working. He gets up and runs down the hall, screaming for help. He gets about halfway down the hall. His phone also begins to ring. He stops to pull it from his pocket with a shaking hand. The screen shows private caller, number unlisted. Instead of answering the phone, he throws it to the ground and continues to run. However, as he runs by the payphones, they begin to ring too.